Yes, a full delivery attempted dry, but it took the inner half of the bat and come down to fine leg for a single. Just didn't make in taking full advantage of that shot really. So a single resulted nonetheless to open the innings for the Jamaicans. Tally.
Yes, and just to update the viewers on the points so far in this match, Barbados have 2.4, Jamaica on top with 4.6 points by way of bowling and batting points. That's how these points were accumulated so far. But I think these points will all be irrelevant depending on how this match goes in terms of who gets first innings points, because first innings points I believe is 6 points. So 6 points will definitely trump 2.4 and 4.6 as it stands right now. So from a Jamaican standpoint, it's just up to them to bat throughout the day.
Prescott around the wicket to Weatherbourne. There's a peel and he's gone. Beautiful delivery, that pitch. Weatherbourne was fishing outside the off stump. It took the edge. The keeper took the catch, and Jamaica has lost their first wicket in the first over. Stacey.
Yes, and for Barbados, it's a case of picking up 8 more wickets, and they have one in the bag. Stephen Weatherbourne dismissed Jataria. Prescott almost had him twice yesterday. And see that delivery coming back into him.
Yes, Prescott picked up from where he left off yesterday, bowling around the wicket to the left-hander and bowling that nagging line just outside the off stump. He did trouble the left-hander yesterday, and he came back early this morning. And this is the third ball of this first over for the second day split today, and he has picked up that very important wicket of Weatherbourne.
Yeah, it's something that our co-commentator Osnet Kato mentioned yesterday. He saw that Jataria Prescott kept coming into Weatherbourne, and he thought that line wasn't attacking enough, and if he can get one to just leave or hold its line to him, then he would be a bit more threatening. And there you see Stephen Weatherbourne just looking to fish at that one outside the off stump. Ill-advised starting so early in the last day's play, knowing what they're up against, Jamaica. So 73 for 3.
So that
Captain Brian Barnes now.
That brings the captain Brian Barnes into the wicket after the fall of Jamaica's first wicket for today's play. Barbados striking first blood here. This first over. Not the kind of start Jamaica would have wanted. And so there is some recovery damage that has to be done here now by the Jamaicans. Yeah. Prescott bowling to 2 slips. A gully, a cover, extra cover mid-off. Short mid-on. And a man just behind square. A deep fine leg. So it's Captain Barnes facing up to Prescott for this delivery. He is tucking it off his legs into the mid-wicket region, and the batsman crossed for 1. So Skipper Barnes is off the mark. The total goes up by 1 to 73 Jamaica. 74 for 3 Jamaica.
Yeah, what I remember of Brian Barnes from last year is being involved in a 178 runs partnership between him and Jordan Johnson. So something similar is required here if he ought to get his team above 200 today. I mean, last year was a brilliant knock between him and Jordan Johnson. That partnership was filled with a lot of running between the wickets, a lot of singles, a lot of doubles when they couldn't get the boundaries.
No doubt this should be a very crucial partnership here for between these two batsmen. Jamaica would want them to really dig in here and push things along. There is Prescott again. Full toss driven through the covers. Batsman cross for the second run. 2 comfortable runs as this was pitched up, and Morgan just coming forward and just stroke it into the cover area.
Yeah, similar delivery to that inside edge that he got that ran away to the fine leg delivery on that occasion. He got to the pitch of the ball quite nicely and just stroked it to the covers to pick up 2.
Jamaica 76 now for 3 of 24.5 overs. We're still in the fourth over of today's play. Barbados picking up a wicket with third delivery. Prescott with his tail up comes into Morgan. Well bowled. Right up in the block hole, and Morgan was forced to dig it out. Rolls out on the offside. That brings the force over to an end. Stacey, and we're definitely going to have a match on today. It's good sunshine, good weather for cricket. And we pray that the weather holds throughout the day like this. Bright sunshine here at this Annisville Stadium.
Yeah, also good to see Raniko Smith back on the field yesterday after his spell of bowling. He was off the field, so it's really good from a Barbados perspective, and I think viewership perspective to have Raniko Smith back on the field the way he's been bowling for his team.
So Jamaica looking to get to that total of 200, 201 if they had to overtake the Barbadians forcing in score. Of course, this is a 2 days duration tournament, as you are aware, due to the passage of Hurricane Beryl. Originally it should be a 3-day format, but it has been revised. So it's the 2 days, and this is the final. And we now have Worrell, who started bowling from the northern end, or the backway end as we say. We'll take it up here from the commentary box end. We'll be bowling to Captain Barnes. We see some adjustment being made to the field as the man on the sweeper's position. Deep extra cover. Barnes settles. It's a good length delivery. He's coming forward. Getting that delivery, just getting it on the tail of the bat really. Bowler fields, no run. Here's another delivery, and that ball did spin and taking the outer portion of the bat, trickling down to a short backward point position or cover point position. And Stacey, we already see that some spin is being extracted here from the wicket from Worrell.
Yeah, I see Nathan Seeley seems unsure now, but it looks as if he was getting into that second slip. Yeah, he's settling into that second slip position. I think that's a good move on his part after noticing some spin.
This one was pitched wide. Batsman allow it to go by to the keeper. No run. It will be interesting to see how these batters negotiate the spin, and Barbados opted to go with a pace and spin strategy. Here is a delivery, driven again, ball definitely spinning, and he's just taking the outside portion of the bat as he tries to open the face. The man at cover point knocks it down. Worrell would be well advised to give it a little bit more air. We can see that he's definitely extracting some spin from this wicket. And this one, again, the batsman watching carefully, allow it to go as it spins outside the off stump. Another delivery pitch outside the off stump, this time going straight through to the keeper. That brings Worrell force over to an end. Stacey, your impression of that force over from Worrell?
Yeah, really good start from Worrell. He has found his line and length quite early. He did take it a bit too wide, I think, to start to Brian Barnes. I don't know if he was encouraged by seeing the second slip. As soon after that second slip went in, he started to bowl it wider, which he just needed to keep it a bit straighter as he was doing. The edge will still come, and it might well go to either of the slips. So I think when he comes back, he will just look to adjust his lines a bit to the left-hander Barnes if he's on strike.
So Prescott now will be bowling to Morgan. He will be contending with still a left and a right-hand combination in the wicket. And he has not shown any deviation from his bowling. He's still bowling that very tight line to both left-handers and right-handers. There's a delivery that Morgan tried to drive, took the inner half of the bat and rolls out to the mid-wicket region. Mid-on runs around to his right. Single resulting. Total now goes up by 1 to 77 for 3. 26.1 overs being bowled. Still early days yet. Wicket so far has been playing even Steven. Just a matter of batters applying themselves and bowlers bowling in the right areas. And we have seen Prescott continuing from where he left off yesterday, bowling that very tight line. Here he is. That's where the born for the slave. He tucks it off his legs down to fine leg for a single. That's all there will be. That brings the right-hander Morgan into strike. Ball at pitch on the legs, and he just gets into his wicket and tucks it off nicely. So still a quiet start here for Jamaica in terms of getting to that 200 run total made by Barbados yesterday, who Stacey I thought played impressively well, because they were losing wicket at times and then they were building partnerships. But to get to 200 at one stage looks inevitable, but nonetheless they batted well and get to that total. Morgan faces up to Prescott outside the off stump. Shoulder arms with Morgan, true to the keeper.
Yeah, it's something that we've seen from them throughout this tournament, really. Their ability to bounce back after being in precarious positions, and that was led by Raniko Smith. He scored a half century. As you mentioned, it didn't look as if they would get anywhere close to 200 at one point in time, as they were 121 for 7, losing Jatario, Prescott and Nathan Seeley back to back.
Here's a delivery, making some height, and there's a chance for a run out, but there's a bit of hesitancy there with the both batters as this ball was lifting on Morgan, and he has to sort of rise up to keep it down, played it out to cover. But there was a indecision there by both batters, but in the end, they made it home quite comfortably. And again, Stacey, this is something we would want to, we would have seen batters being a little indecisive. We have seen some good running when Barbados batted at the crease, but with the Jamaicans, we have seen this stop and start and stop and start. So here's Prescott again. And Barnes is circumspectly forward to this delivery. Played up on the onside, no run. So Jamaica will have to rotate the strike and get the ball into the spaces. No boundaries as yet, but they have been doing so quite nicely, and this is something they will have to really employ in their strategy if they are to overtake that 200 mark. Barnes faces up again. He's tucking this one off his hips into the mid-wicket region. That brings over number 4 to an end so far. So 79 for 3, Jamaica. 79 for 3.
Yeah, you mentioned that keyword application earlier, Mr. Horn, and that is what is required from these batters from Jamaica. These two teams have history, of course. Last year, both of them were playing for that first place spot. Jamaica coming out victorious in the end. So it's just a matter of application from a batter's perspective. The bowlers are going to come hard at you. They're going to be hunting up wickets as quickly as possible, Barbados. But these two batters, they have to just stay in, get stuck in, and just play that very patient cricket that is required from them today.
And it's Vale bathing in bright sunshine as Worrell picks it up from the commentary box in for his second over. And here's a delivery that's beating the batsman outside the off stump.
Yeah, it's keeping very low as well. It's not getting a lot of bonks from this end, Worrell.
And there's a beautiful delivery there from Worrell. We just saw him pitching one just outside the off stump, beating the batsman. And here it is, Stacey, that Morgan, a ball that was beautifully pitched and turning in and went straight through the gap this time of Morgan, not really covering his stumps as he would like to.
Yeah, tremendous off-spinning delivery there, and off-spinner's dream delivery from Saurav Worrell, just getting that one to pitch and turn back into the defense of Matthew Morgan. So another set batter goes. Jamaica, they're in a bit of bother early on day 2.
Yes, indeed, and that's a very beautiful delivery ball by Worrell there. I think Morgan really, after that delivery before, that really went past his bat. He should have been a little bit more tighter in defense, but he left the gap open and the ball spun right through him, taking the off stick. So Jamaica in further trouble, resuming today on 73 for 2 overnight, and now they are 79 for 4, losing 2 early wickets. And this will take a very, very dogmatic performance from the other batters to come. Well, Barnes, the captain, is there, and he is joined now by Trevon Williams, the wicket keeper. He too has some experience under his belt. He knows what he ought to do as he comes to the wicket. He takes his guard now. So Barbados with the tail up, as we would say, making further inroads into the Jamaican batting, setting them back, making things a bit difficult for them this morning. So Jamaica has a lot of work to do here. Worrell bowling beautifully from this end. Yesterday we saw him bowl reasonably well from the northern end. Here he is. And for this delivery, another beautiful delivery, spin past the edge just outside the off some Stacey. You will see, but just quarter vanish, just missing that edge.
Yeah, Trevon Williams there looking to get fully forward to Worrell, but still manages to miss the outside edge of his bat. Yeah, but and you mentioned that it will take a dogmatic performance from Jamaica. I mean, when you look at their batting in this tournament so far, Adrian Ware was their lead scorer, followed by Stephen Wedderburn. Both of these batters are dismissed. Their next best scorer was Michael Clark with 57. And then Brian Barnes, who came into this match with 45 runs. So really tough work for them from here on out, Jamaica, but they would believe that they should be able to stick in and fight their way to 200 or more today.
Well, based on previous matches, as you rightly said, Stacey, it's the latter half of the Jamaican batting that was really posting the total for them. So they're more or less there. So we see what the middle order has to offer once they can really build partnership, as we have seen the Bajan did. They too might be able to give a good total to the Jamaicans that will help to overtake the Jamaicans, the Barbadian total. So we wait to see what would happen with the other batters to come, and as I say, Captain Barnes is still there, and the wicketkeeper Williams trying to do the repair job for Jamaica at this time. Barbados continuing with pace and the seamer, Prescott. There's a delivery shot outside the off stump. Barnes lets it go. It will take tremendous concentration from here on for the Jamaicans. They can't afford to lose another wicket at this time. They must be able to bat and bat for long periods. Of course, period by period, should be able to build a good total. Here is Prescott, again outside the off stump, left alone by Barnes as he picks up the line. Watches carefully. Good bounce, good carry, Stacey, so far at this end of the wicket. Prescott continued to bowl that tight line just outside the off stump, inviting the batsman to play. Captain Barnes would have none of it.
Yeah, it's very important that they build a partnership, try and replicate what Wedderburn and Matthew Morgan was able to do late yesterday afternoon, even better that. It's very important for them not to lose wickets in clusters, and they've already lost 2 quick wickets back to back this morning. Similar to what happened, something similar to what happened yesterday when Adrian Ware and Jordan Johnson, they lost their wickets back to back, and then they have a recovery effort between Wedderburn and Matthew Morgan. So Williams and Barnes should be looking to do much of the same, or even better that, if Jamaica are to overhaul this target.
A delivery that is full and above waist height. I see the umpire signaling no ball. But he was able to control it and really steer it down to backward. Third man actually. And he got 2 runs. That's Captain Barnes. A full pitch delivery. I think that might have slipped from the grasp of Prescott. Captain Barnes just steering it down to third man and get 2 runs. Total moves on to 82 for 4.
Yeah, it looked as if he was trying to take evasive action on that.
Outside the off stump. Batsman doesn't have to play. You watch it goes into the wicketkeeper gloves. I think Prescott is making that extra effort now. Prescott bowling to 2 slips and a gully. Cover. Mid off. Squarish mid on. And a backward square. There's a ball that is short. Plays in on the offside and the batsman scampered through for a single. Pushes the total up to 83. And this is good batting and good running here by the Jamaicans, Stacey.
Yeah, and this is how Barnes play. You know, he's a powerfully built man, but he doesn't look to play a lot of expansive shots. Early in his innings, he looked to play with soft hands and walk the ball around. And I think that is what is required from Jamaica here today.
The Barbadians looking for their 3rd wicket here. Really looking to make inroads and trying to restrict the Jamaicans on the total of 200 that they would have posted. It was really tough going yesterday for the Barbadians as the Jamaican kept a very tight line. There's a delivery outside the off stump. Williams doesn't have to play. And that brings the over to an end. So Jamaica total to resuming on 72 for 2 yesterday and now 83, losing 2 quick wickets this morning. Jatario Prescott. He has taken 1 wicket for 32 runs. This morning, Captain Nathan Seals opted to bowl seamer and spin in Prescott and Worrell. Worrell will pick it up again. He has bowled extremely well. He has 1 wicket for 10 runs off his 5 overs thus far. Captain Barnes face up to Worrell. For this delivery, he's driving, beating short, extra cover, deep cover, has to run around to his left. In the meantime, the batsman cross for 2, pushes up the Jamaican total to 85. 85 for 4. Nice looking shot there, Stacey.
Yeah, I already mentioned Worrell. He's been a bit too wide to Barnes. I think he can afford to be a bit closer to him and a bit fuller as well.
Yeah, he's
not
getting
that full.
Yeah, he's getting a full toss and he plays it up to mid-on for a single. Yes, and it's interesting. The strategy here by the Jamaicans, I think, will be 1 to rotate the strike, and shot selection would be very key for them to really, if they're going to make a match of this. We have not seen any explosion from the batters as yet. Boundaries have been sort of difficult to come, so they have to continue to rotate the strike, pick up the singles where they ought to. Here's a delivery, and Vaughan plays forward. Ball's run down to Gully.
Yeah, and really no need for Jamaica to be looking for to play injudicious shots right now. It's just a case of batting time, and yes, you'll get a bad ball to put away, and you'll take that opportunity when it comes, but it's just a matter of batting time. And the longer you bat, certainly if you bat the whole day, one would think that you should get to 200 or more. But the wickets column, that's the important column that they're looking at. You have lost 4 wickets already, and you are still 114 runs behind.
Yes, it's important for these batters to really bat long, and it's also important for the Barbadian bowlers to take wickets if they're gonna really win this game on 4 innings. This brings another over for Worrell to an end. He has bowled 6 overs. He has taken 1 for 13. So Jamaicans are 86 for 4. 86 for 4. $86 for 4. So, with bright sunshine here at Annisville, viewers, and I remind you that this is the West Indies Rising Star Under 19 tournament being played here in St. Vincent, and we are looking at the match finals between Barbados and Jamaica in this contest. We welcome my colleague, commentator, the great left-hander, Kenroy Martin. Good morning, Kenroy.
Good morning, Mr. Morgan, and good morning to the viewers of this lovely cricket game this morning between the Jamaicans and the Barbadians. Locked in battle here at Annisville for the finals of the West Indies Under 19 Rising Stars tournament. Excellent start for the Barbadians. The Jamaicans had a really good last hour and a half yesterday, and the Barbadians have really come out this morning and picked up 2 excellent wickets so far.
Yes, and Barbados came out here this morning, mean business. I've already picked up 2 scalps. So the 2 overnight batters have been dismissed, Morgan and Weatherbourne. And it is dependent on these 2 other batters now, Captain Barnes and wicketkeeper Williams, to see the Jamaican through to this total. Williams getting some adjustment done to his pad. And now we'll settle as Prescott runs in. And for this delivery, Williams is trying to on-drive, but seems to get some edge onto that one. There's a stifled appeal. Umpire not in agreement. No harm done. Williams would be well advised. This is a delivery that is pitched up actually and deserve the drive, but I think he just got an inside edge that went on to his pad. Williams settles. Short delivery. He's on top of this one, playing it out to extra cover. No run resulting. Prescott bowling to 2 slips. Gully a cover and extra cover in the mid-off. Mid-on, backward square. Martin, is interesting that unlike Barbados, we have seen the early 2 dismissals or from good balls. In the case of Barbados, there were some injudicious shots. But nonetheless, it's good for Barbados that they would have picked up 2 early wickets, and it's keeping things really tight for the Jamaicans. The Jamaicans, on the other hand, as I said, they're trying to build a partnership and to dig in and to bat as long as possible. But that was not the case with Weatherbourne and Morgan going pretty early. Here's a delivery on his legs, and he's playing it off his toes into the mid-wicket region. There's a 2 comes in, but the batsman has crossed for 2, backed up on the offside. So 2 more runs to Williams, 2 more runs to the Jamaican total. Captain Martin, it will take some very, very good batting and a very long partnership and hard concentration for the Jamaicans here.
Well, as I mentioned before, an excellent start by the Barbadians this morning. 2 excellent deliveries to claim those 2 scalps, really. And This another one. There's another one. A good delivery there by Prescott just outside the off stump, and he went for that drive, hitting the outer portion of the bat, and the man at gully had no problems in taking that catch straight in his lap, and they have lost wicket number 3. So a really wonderful start here for Barbados this morning, and Jamaica have lost their 3rd wicket here this morning.
Tremendous start for Barbados, and again we were just saying that in order for Jamaicans to overtake this total, they have to bat and bat long. Here is a delivery that's trifling short, and Williams was trying a forcing shot, didn't get hold of it, and it spliced off the face of the bat straight into gully hands. A very good wicket for Barbados. They have struck again, putting the Jamaicans on their back foot into further trouble. 89 for 5 Jamaican, and they will have to really put their heads down and bat. In this first hour, we have already seen 3 wickets.
Yes, and 3 very good wickets for Barbados. I think that shot wasn't really called for. Unfortunately, he did it and fell into the hands of the man at gully. But 2 very good deliveries up front for those 2 batters who were dismissed earlier. And really, Barbados have really taken charge of this game now this morning. After a wonderful evening yesterday from the Jamaicans, the Barbadians has taken this 4 sessions so far.
Yes, indeed. Really thought that the Jamaicans will be coming out here and putting their heads down and bat. But that is not the case. Barbadians have different ideas. They came out with a spin and seam at one end, and this is doing the trick for them at this time. Worrell, as we would have seen him yesterday, Martin would have bowled a very tight line, and he came out this morning. He have already had 4 overs, and he continued to bowl a very tight line. Prescott on the other hand, giving nothing away, continued to bowl that nagging line and has been successful so far for Barbados. So here is Worrell, and here's the delivery. Captain Barn is hitting out into the covers. Bad misfield there by the cover fielder. So the batsman scampered through for a single.
Yes, Morgan, you mentioned something before. You know, teams have meetings, and I think that they sat yesterday afternoon after the Jamaicans had a very good evening, discussed their strategies, and decided when they come this morning that they would start with a spinner and a pace, really, and it has worked beautifully for them this morning. The Barbadians, they were really hunting for wickets yesterday, but the Jamaican batters did an exceptional job. Johnson and the skipper really batted well right through the innings, 1.5 hours, and put on a wonderful partnership. This morning the Barbadians have reorganized their strategy, and it has worked for them so far.
So Michael Clark will face up to Worrell. For this delivery, he is making a massive hit over the mid-wicket region, clear over the ropes. The first boundary for the morning, and a magnificent hit for 6 over mid-wicket, Martin. A lovely shot indeed, which I would still think that he has to be careful because there's still a long way from this total.
Well, it was a flighty delivery from Worrell right into the arc, and really Clark had no issues in dispatching that. It was in his half, and he really played it lovely over mid-wicket for 6.
Here he is driving down to mid-off, and they shoot for a single. So the total is now 98 Jamaica, with that big hit from Clark to open his account. That brings the left-hander Captain Barnes into strike as he faces up to Worrell. And for this delivery, Barnes is in defense. It's 97 for 5. 97 for 5. And he's forward again to another delivery, smothering the spin, whatever spin there might be. We have seen early, Kenroy, that Worrell is getting some purchase here from the wicket. Early morning moisture in a sense. And here is him stroking that one nicely, but can't beat the man at cover. That brings it over to an end. So at Jamaica, 97 for 5.
Yes, a good bowling spell there between these two, Prescott and Worrell, keeping things tight. They have picked up 3 wickets between them. Worrell bowling an excellent delivery just on the off stump, hitting the stumps Johnson, a really beautiful delivery that was. And Prescott picking up the first wicket this morning with a beautiful delivery on the off stump. He had to play, and he edged it to the wicket keeper. And just recently, another wicket going caught at gully, another good delivery, but a shot that was warranted at the time. So Barbados really doing a good job this morning. Conditions are really favorable for bowlers, and really they're doing a fantastic job for their team. The team has fielded well. They have supported their bowlers, and they deserve what they got this morning.
Yes, indeed. Combination of Prescott and Worrell doing the trick for Barbados. Prescott already bowled 9 overs, 2 wickets under his belt, 34 runs. Indeed, a very good spell indeed. Here he is again as he begins a new over. Pitch is outside the off stump, and Clark is driving, and a badly missed field by the mid-off. He has to trace, and the batsman across for 3 valuable runs that will really help the Jamaican total to 100. So the Jamaican has reached the 100 runs mark. They are now 100 for 5, and of course, Martin, they would not want to lose any further wickets.
We just mentioned the feeling that the Barbadians were doing, and really, unfortunately, that one went through the field at mid-off, causing an extra 2 runs. Really, they have to be careful. They have a total of 200. Yes, they have lost 5 wickets, but they have to be a little bit tighter in the field and keep the pressure on the batters, as Prescott is doing an excellent job. He's out. No, he's dropped.
Oh.
He's dropped. I thought he had it in his grasp, really. 1, 2, 3 times. And he has put down that catch there, the man at mid-off.
And we've been saying this.
He had it.
We have been saying this all along this morning, Martin. We're just saying that how well the Barbadians combination of Worrell and Prescott has been bowling, and they need, in much as they're bowling well, they need their fielders to back them up. And this has not been the case. We have seen a missed field a while ago, the ball before this one at mid-off, and now the drop catch being put down at mid-off again.
Well, Barnes having a life there from Prescott. It was driven straight at him. I thought he had it on the first grasp, but unfortunately it came out. He's driving again through mid-on. Beautiful shot that will get to the fence. 4 runs for Barnes.
A counter-attack by Barnes, and this is very good. I mean, you've been given a life, and then here he is driving and getting 4 lovely, good-looking runs. So now Jamaica now has gone on to 104 with that boundary. 104 for 5. 104 for 5. Barnes. Skipper Barnes. He's on 13.
Adding salt to the wound there, Barnes, after a drop catch. He really pounced on that one through mid on a lovely shot into the fence for 4. Barbados should be very disappointed with that effort from the man at mid-off, unfortunately. But Barnes is making use of those chances.
It's interesting to see where he goes after that drop catch.
Smith was the man who had that error, unfortunately.
Well, we would see, Ken Roy, whether this would really create any further problems for Barbados. They have started nicely this morning, very well. They've already gotten 3 quick wickets. And lovely shot by Barnes. This will go to the boundary. It's heading out there, would it? No, it doesn't have the legs to reach there. Smith chases. Batsman cross for 2. What a nice, lovely looking drive there through the covers.
This is the issue when you give people chances. They say, well, okay, you have given me a chance. I'm going to take that chance and make the best use of it. Barnes have shown intentions of just being more aggressive than he was before. And he have played 2 lovely shots so far, through the offside and 1 through mid-on. Barbados, really, when you have teams in this position, you ought to take these opportunities or they may come back and haunt you.
As a delivery, he's clipping off his toes down to fine leg. Batsman cross for 1, thinking about a second. That's all it will be. 1 run to Skipper Barnes. Total goes on now to 107. 107 for 5.
Well, instead of being a very good over for Barbados, that turned into a very good over for Jamaica. Really getting something like 9 runs out of that over. That could have been a wicket, unfortunately, for Barbados. Smith put that catch down. And Jamaica has made use of that. Barnes, the man who was dropped. And really, Barbados ought to be very disappointed with themselves there, not taking that opportunity and really adding another one to the wicket tally. So here at Annisville, a very tense game going on so far. But Barbados, in my opinion, has the upper hand. They have scored a total of 200 for 9 declared. And Barbados are here just need to take those opportunities and cause the game to really swing back to them. But Jamaica are really trying to come back. They need a partnership between these two. And how they do it, I'm not too sure how they would go about doing it, but Barbados is trying to dislodge the other 5.
Indeed, and here's a delivery that pitched up. Skipper Barnes took the bottom of the bat, plays back to the bowler. Yes, it's interesting to see how these batters will really get the other remaining runs. So far, Michael Clark has come in and he has shown some aggression, Martin, like a no-nonsense player. Whereas Skipper Barnes was pretty quiet until that drop catch. We see him taking his chances, opening up his arms. And here's a delivery, and he is out caught. A beautiful, well-pitched delivery there, just on about middle of stump and turning, and Barnes trying to steer this one down to at least second slip, third man area. Took the edge, and the fourth slip took the catch. And Jamaica goes into further trouble. Have lost their 6th wicket at 107 for 6. Kenroy.
A smart catch there by the man at first slip. A very smart catch there. I would call that a get-out shot, really. Get-out shot, really, from Barnes. Looking to run it somewhere down third, man. Only finding the slip. A smart catch there by the man at slip. I think, who's that? Don, who's placed there. He has very good hands. Took a very smart catch to his right. And they have taken another wicket. So that wicket column has gone up by 1. And Barbados are really here on the rampage here against the Jamaicans. And really, they are doing well this morning in the first hour of play.
Yes, indeed. And Jamaica really in deep trouble now, as they're losing wicket in successions very quickly indeed. And when we thought that Skipper Barnes, who would have been given a life in the previous over, would be settling in and take things and see that the Jamaican overhaul this total now. This time was not so lucky, just edging to first slip, and he has to go back into the hutch. So Barbados really out front in this game now, doing the job that is required by their team and the management of the team. They would have spoken to them, and they come out this morning really with their tail up and doing just what the doctor orders.
And that goes all back to planning. Yesterday they saw what they did and what worked for them and what didn't work for them. So it all goes back to planning. Came this morning and executed wonderfully well.
It seems as if, though, Kenroy, that the Jamaicans are susceptible to spin bowling and good quality spin bowling, but they should realize that they have a match on here, and they need to bat. Every batter that comes out with a bat in his hand have to play his part, play his role. And really and truly, we have not been seeing any injudicious shot, but just that there's shot selection in some cases would have been their downfall.
Well, we have seen that basically in the region, really, where our batters have fallen prey to spin bowlers, really, the slow bowlers. And during the regional tournaments, we see the spinners coming out with the most wickets. Also, this have been prevalent also in the under-19 tournament. So our batters need to have a look at what is happening, the coaches, and really work on that aspect of our game. Really, they have been very weak towards the spinners. Once you come and you turn your hand over, you'll call a spinner and you pick up wickets against West Indian batters.
So Worrell, 2 wickets under his belt for 21 runs off his 8 overs. Jamaica faring the worst here on day 2. It's final day of this finals. Remind our viewers and listeners, this is West Indies Rising Star Under 19 tournament. Finals between Jamaica and Barbados, played here at the stadium at Annisvale. Sun has left us. As Prescott continue to bowl from that southern end. There's a delivery, Clark, full toss, he plays it, it could be out, is he? Yes, brilliant catch taken there by, who is it? Is it Don?
Smith.
But it's a beautiful catch, and Jamaica would have lost their 7th wicket. Jordan running back running to his right actually, and has to look up, and in the end taking a beautiful catch. It's really it's a disappointed shot there it's a full toss and he didn't get hold of it. Tried to hit it over the top, but really skied it in the air, and Jordan taking a beautiful catch.
Well, Clark looking to go for the maximum there. Full toss there by Prescott, and he went for the maximum, not hitting that in the middle of the bat. And a running catch here by Jordan to his right. He had some ground to cover, and he did well and actually got to that ball. I thought it would have been gone, but he covered the ground and got to that ball and took a really lovely catch and to dismiss Jordan. So Jamaica has lost wicket number 7 here this morning, and they have lost 4 wickets so far within the first hour of play. So Barbados really with their tails up this morning, doing a wonderful job. Bowlers Prescott and Worrell really have done the trick for Barbados this morning.
Yes, indeed. So that brings Winter to the crease. So 2 new batters at the crease, Martin, and this could spell some setback again for Jamaica. Their main batters have gone, and we have spoken about that all along, that the Jamaican top order has not been clicking in this tournament. They leave the middle order to do most of the batting, and now we are down into the tail end of the batters now. Here's a delivery, just jumping short, well bowled delivery down the corridor of uncertainty, and there's the batsman in all sorts of trouble, getting an edge, and just jumping short of first slip. Martin, beautiful delivery, well bowled.
It's a very good delivery for us up there by Prescott to Winter, hitting the edge, falling short of the man at first slip. Thought he had it there, but it fell short of him. But a good delivery for him first up. And fortune favor the brave? No.
This time he's driving pleasantly straight past mid-on, and it should get to the boundary. Lovely shot to bring him 4 runs to open his account. Lovely shot there by Winter.
Yeah, and Prescott just drifting on the legs there for Winter, and he stroked it nicely through mid-on. A wonderful shot that is past the man, and the ball won the race there. And 4 runs to him, 4 runs to Jamaica. You mentioned earlier that Jamaica has not really gone past 150 in this tournament so far, and it seems to be that case here this morning again, losing 4 wickets in the first hour of play here at Annisvale in the finals between Barbados and Jamaica.
There's a delivery. He's attempting to cut that delivery, but he misses that. There was some bounce and movement in this one from Prescott. He has to be careful. Indeed, it seems as though Winter wants to get on with things for Jamaica, but he has to realize that his team is in deep trouble. Already lost 7 wickets, and if they have to get to that total, he just needs to stay there a little bit longer, enjoy his batting. We know that he is a bowler, but he needs to apply his batting technique. And here's a delivery, just beating him outside the off stump again, through to the keeper. Well bowled delivery from Prescott, and we cannot help emphasizing how good Prescott has been bowling a very tight and nagging line just outside the off stump, Martin.
Yes, and good steady line there by Prescott, just on the off stump, 4th stump. There's 2 slips, a gully, square cover, really waiting a packed offside field. So that is the recommended line and length to be bowling. And especially he's a new batter. And he's doing well just on that line and length. Beat the bat on 2 occasions so far.
Again, he is beating him outside the off as he plays. I guess Martin, a batsman would have taken cover with that one, but he's a bowler and who is trying his best for his team, actually, and that was too good a delivery for him. But a beautiful delivery, a beautiful over bowl by Prescott, which he almost got the wicket of Winter, all just dropping short of 4 slip. So Jamaica under the gun here by Barbados. If we would have seen how Barbados would have really dig in yesterday and ensure that they get to the total that they got to 200 at one stage. It didn't look like they would have been getting to 150. They have lost wicket and then they would have built partnership and then they look like they would not make 200, but then again, after losing wickets, they build another partnership. So it was one of fluctuation yesterday in their innings. Jamaica, on the other hand, we have seen rapid succession wicket spin down this morning. There's a delivery from Worrell, a low shot there by Odell Williams. Not too sure if he left that alone, Martin. He was just fanning at it. Luckily for him, didn't get an edge. There's one, he's turning around the corner. Square leg. Runs around to his right, so Samuel is off his mark. He's opening his account. Jamaican totals now goes to 112. 112 for 7. Well into his 9th over. Another beautiful and well bold delivery. Winter is coming forward, squeezing it out. Runs out to the gully position. 4 slip runs around and field. No damage done. Barbados looking to wrap up this innings for Jamaica. They're smelling blood, as they say. And here's a delivery. He probably might have gotten an edge. There was some appeal and expectation going up there. The keeper. Applauding the bowler there. There is Worrell again. And he is bowled. A big hee-ho coming from Winter. It shows that really and truly, Kenroy, little patience. He just squeezed one out and this one was pitched a little closer and turning in and he goes for the big shot over mid-wicket, missed it completely and was bowled off stump.
Yes, a chance got begging the ball before the wicket keeper dropping that one, unfortunately, and he flighted that delivery. Worrell on the off stump. He went for the shot over mid-wicket, missed it completely, and the ball ricocheted into his stumps. Those 3 pieces of wood that is standing there went crashing. So Worrell picks up another wicket for Barbados this morning. 5 wickets tumbling within the first hour. So Barbados really doing an exceptional job this morning. But lack of patience, as you mentioned before, from the batters from Jamaica there.
Yes, definitely. That was really an uncalled for shot at this time and stage of the game of the Jamaican innings. They still have a long way to go, 112, looking to get to 200. And the Worrell really bowling well this morning. I thought that that was a very injudicious shot there from Winter. He should have really be the ball before. He played it well, and I think that should have been his strategy, coming forward and trying to, pick up the singles rather than going for the big shot. So there was some impatience there on his part, and he has lost his wicket. So that brings Dishon James to the crease for Jamaica. So Jamaica, the tail is wagging here for Jamaica, 112 for 8. Barbados looking to make 4 inroads, and they've been doing so well since they started this innings. On the verge of taking 4 innings points here from Jamaica. As James faces up to Worrell. For this delivery, he is coming forward. Plays back along the wicket. And the successful over come to an end for Worrell, and how well he has bowled, and Barbados and skipper Nathan will be pleased with his performance so far.
Yeah, good bowling spell here by Worrell and Prescott together, bowling in tandem. So far, they have done exceptionally well. 5 wickets between both of them. Really, I think Worrell hit the line and length really this morning. He flighted the ball nicely, pitched in the right areas, put the batters under pressure, and really got some very important wickets. But Prescott was the man who really started it this morning with some beautiful bowling from over the wicket, hitting the edge of Johnson really, and it went into the keeper's glove. And from that, everything went Barbados' way so far. We're still within the hour, and those two bowlers are still here at the Jamaicans, and Jamaica really struggled this morning after coming in this morning at 97 for 2 it was. They have been under pressure 112 for 8. Prescott continues to bowl well for Barbados.
Well, why change when you have two good bowlers doing the job for you? So Prescott continues. He has been bowling a very long spell, and Worrell has been doing the damage from this end as well. So Barbados have reaped success this morning, breaking the bats of the Jamaican innings so far. There's the delivery. Samuel is in defense. Plays out on the offside. It must have been very challenging now for the Jamaicans, as they're really down to their last batters to try and overhaul this total of 200 for 9 declares set by Barbados. They're really up against it here. Here's a delivery, a full toss. And Samuel is driving down to mid-on. Deep mid-on. He's diving effort there. Did it reach the boundary rope? We wait and see. Waiting for the signal. No signal comes from the umpire. Very good effort there by, I think it's Smith, who traced it backward to the mid-on, deep mid-on boundary, and just pull it back inches within the boundary. The batsman was able to cross for 2. The Jamaicans now 114 for 8. 114 for 8. Ken Roy, and we are seeing from these batters, they're not accomplished batsmen, but if you're going to give them loose deliveries, they're going to go at it at anyhow. So Jamaica reeling at 114 for 8 after resuming at 72 for 3 overnight. I've lost 5 wickets this morning. Lost 6 wickets this morning. So 73 for 2 overnight. And here's a delivery is driven up to mid-on. No run. It would be important for these batters really concentrate and put their head down to see what total they could really get for Jamaica. They are tail enders. And of course, Barbados trying to wrap up the Jamaican innings. And then the umpire called into play here as he signaled that ball. There's a movement of a player, not really was in position. Two slips, gully cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, backward square, as Prescott runs in and bowl a ball, chiven up to mid-off, batsman cross for a single. Total goes on to 1 for Jamaica, to 115, 115 for 8 Jamaica. Over number 37 come to an end. The sun drains. yet to score, and this would bring the fourth hour of play. This is the fourth hour of play, and we have now a water break. So here Jamaica, for our viewers, resuming at 72 for 2, have lost 6 wickets in the fourth session, trying to get to 200, 201 to overhaul the Barbados total. And is really up against it. So we take a break here while the players got some refreshment.
Well, welcome back to Annisville playing field, where we're here locked in battle with Jamaica and Barbados in the finals of this West Indies Under 19 Rising Stars tournament here held in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We are here in lovely weather, lovely conditions for cricket. And just to let the viewers know as to what went on this morning, if you're joining us late, at the end of play yesterday, Jamaica was 72 for 2. Weatherburn and Morgan had a partnership of 68. And this morning, they started 72 for 2. Within the first hour, they have lost 6 wickets. They are now 115 for 8. 115 for 8. Prescott and Worrell started this morning. Still bowling for Barbados. And they have picked up 6 wickets between both of them. Really. Worrell has 3 for 22. And Prescott has picked up the other 2 wickets, the other 3 wickets here for them. So, welcome to the commentators booth. Mr. Cato, welcome. Good morning, and how are you doing?
Good morning to you, Conroy. Good morning to all our viewers. Good morning to the Bajan viewers especially. I'm sure they'll be pleased with the morning proceedings so far. On the other hand, the Jamaican supporters will be wondering what really went wrong in that first hour. Lost wickets at regular intervals. Wasn't really able to establish any sort of partnership. And find themselves reeling at 116 for 8.
Yeah, really, yesterday Barbados had a hard hour and a half when Weatherburn and Morgan were batting. They batted really lovely. Coming down to the last hour and a half, they gave no chance really during that period and batted nicely for Jamaica, taking them home 72 for 2. This morning, the Barbadians had conversations and really came back with a strategy and started with Prescott and Worrell, and they have done the job for Barbados this morning, taking 6 wickets within the first hour. So good planning and execution by the Barbadians this morning. Everything went right. Prescott continues to bowl well, First over completed after the water break. Your thoughts so far, Kato?
Yes, I think it was a very good move. A master stroke really to start with Warren. I don't think any of us would have really picked him to start. Normally the Barbadian, they depend a lot on their seamers. So perhaps we were expecting Kyron King and even Prescott to start. But a good decision to start Warren, and he has looked very effective so far. Got the ball to spin. You mentioned that he's not a very tall man, but what he does gives the ball generous flight and is able to get a bit of purchase off this wicket. Having said that, a couple of injudicious shots really from the Jamaican batting, who we mentioned their frailties yesterday, hasn't really set the tournament alight with their batting, and we have seen further evidence of that being manifested in this particular innings.
Well, Jamaica have not crossed 150 for the tournament, and based on how things are now, it seems to be heading into the same trend as Prescott continues to bowl here. Good lifting delivery outside the off stump into the keeper's glove, Morris. He has done a reasonably good job behind the wickets there, Morris.
Yeah, seemed to be one of those busy wicket keepers. Moves very well to his left, to his right. And also very handy with the bat. So a good all-round cricketer. Someone we could work with for future.
But just to let the viewers know that, or those who probably didn't join us during the tournament, as to why we're here this morning, we had 3 rounds of games really leading up to this finals. Barbados, Jamaica, Leeward Islands, Windward Islands, Trinidad and Guyana. Barbados coming out of that 3 rounds of games with the most points, followed by the Jamaicans. So that's why they are playing finals here this morning, followed by the Windward Islands and the Leeward Islands. And Guyana and Trinidad was in the bottom of the table, and those teams are playing against each other. The Leeward Islands versus the Windward Islands. They are locked in battle. Guyana versus Trinidad, they are also locked in battle. Was there any information on those games so far?
Yes, TNT versus Guyana, that game being played at the Cumberland playing field. Guyana in the first innings made 249. Trinidad in response 38 for 7. So disappointing response there from the TNT team. Windward's playing for the 3rd place playoff versus Leeward Islands at Sandhill. Windward Islands 96 all out in their first innings, and Leeward's, they were dismissed for 78. So Windward Islands getting the first innings points there in that encounter. But some very disappointing batting performances, it must be said.
Well, the batting continues to struggle in this tournament. The only team has really showed some grit and determination when it comes to batting is this final team, the Barbadian teams really. They have batted as a team. We haven't had no sort of big scoring except from Prescott, who's been very consistent with the bat for Barbados and a very good man with the ball as well. He's having an exceptional tournament, Prescott.
Yes, he has shown his all-round abilities throughout this tournament. Mentioned limited opportunities last tournament, but this year he's really put his hand up and is being counted for the Barbadian team. Critical to their success so far.
There's a appeal from Prescott, and the umpire's signal is going down leg, full delivery. That's how says the umpire.
Yes, that one missing leg quite comfortably. Prescott got a bit excited. Umpire Byam stood his ground. A very good decision.
The 117 for 8, the Jamaicans this morning, really, as a coach, somebody who would have been involved with the Jamaican team, would you be satisfied with this morning?
Very disappointing. I think the team talk this morning would have been centered around trying to get through that first hour, lose as less wicket as possible. Unfortunately for them, the opposite took place, where they have lost 6 wickets, 6 important wickets as well. Losing the wicket of Weatherborn so early. We mentioned he has the ability to bat long. And Morgan, even Captain Barnes, all of these players getting a bit of a start, but never really took full advantage, not batting long enough, not putting back the pressure on the opposition. And so far, the Barbadian team, they'll be relatively pleased with their performance. I guess their performance would have basically reflected their team talk this morning.
Well, I really thought that those 2 first wickets that went, they were very good deliveries. Very good deliveries, I can't blame them for that. First delivery from Prescott, hitting just on the off stump and causing him to play that edge it to the wicket keeper. and he went in, and then that beautiful delivery from Morris, flighted, went through the bottom pad of Morgan and bowling him down. Those are very good wickets. But after that, the other wickets which were fell, I think, were really bad shots from the Jamaicans.
But that's the thing about cricket, going overnight, 72 for 2, as you mentioned. You have to start fresh on the next morning. So you're always vulnerable all year on in your innings. And we saw Weatherborn maybe an hour or two later on, he wouldn't have played at that delivery. But just trying to get bat on ball all year on this the second day, getting an outside edge.
So the first change in bowling this morning, King now replaces Worrell from the commentator's end. He'll be bowling his first over for this period of play. Second day of this, the finals of the West Indies under 19 Rising Stars here at Arnisville Stadium. Played in bright sunshine, beautiful wicket for cricket. Good delivery to start into the keeper's glove. Went for a shot outside the off stump into the keeper's glove. So really, Barbados during this tournament has really batted as a team. I've seen them. They were struggling in the top. The middle came out for them. Prescott, Morris at times. They batted as a team. No big significant score. But their bowling has held its own as well.
Yes, a very good all-round effort from the Barbadian team. We mentioned the fact that they were able to consistently put up reasonably high scores of 200 or more. Had a few glitches as well along the way, being bowled out for 81 in versus Guyana, I think, one of those encounter. But so overall, I think they've been the most consistent batting unit throughout the tournament. And here again in the final, batting first, putting up that total of 201. It's always going to be an imposing total, given what we've seen from the Jamaican team throughout the tournament so far.
I mentioned it when the toss was taken and the Jamaicans decided to insult the Barbadians. Runs on the board is runs on the board. But I understand the Jamaicans when they made that decision. They weren't batting well as a team. So they backed their bowling to do the job. Unfortunately, it has not worked for them so far. The Barbadians have taken advantage of that situation and have played themselves into a very comfortable position here on day 2.
Very comfortable indeed, 118 for the loss of 8. Jamaican team still behind by 82 runs. Captain opting for Kyron King at this point in time. We mentioned that we might have thought that he would have started the bowling from this end, but the captain had other ideas in terms of using Worrell, the off spinner, who did a very good job in that opening spell.
Well, he did the job that he was called to do. Picked up all the wickets, put the batters under pressure. This one is hitting the pads or the bat, not out, says the umpire. I think it clipped something on its way through to the wicket keeper. Not too sure, but we would have to replay in a bit. But not out, says the umpire. Good delivery there by King.
I think it's a bit high. Hit the batter just above the knee roll on the back foot, but I think the benefit of the doubt on that occasion, umpire Mukan giving the benefit of the doubt to the batter. They'll be pitching, coming back into the right-hander.
It seemed like he was missing leg stump and it was a bit high as well. So good delivery from King anyway, keeping the batters under pressure. 8, 9, 10 jack at the crease. That's how you bowl, straight at the wicket. This one he's swiveling. Quick single taken by those two. So Jamaica really need a savior here. Who would it be? Who would put their hands up? Not too sure. It's left to the lower order to do the job. But Barbados really in a strong and commanding position here this morning in the finals of the West Indies under 19 tournament held here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And really impressed with the consistency of the Barbadian team over the years so far.
As we mentioned, this is their 3rd final, so they'll be hoping that it's the 3rd time lucky for them. Defeated by the Leeward Islands 2 years ago. Last year, Jamaica would have defeated them as well. So this year, they were looking to get a bit of revenge on the Jamaican team.
Well, they have done well so far, the Barbadians, as they overcome to an end here at Arnisville. Jamaica, in reply to Barbados, 200 for 9 declare. They are now at 119 for 8. Haven't started the morning at 72 for 2. They have fallen to a position where they have lost 6 wickets for little or nothing. So bright sunshine here at Arnisville. The first hopefully have been concluded in this the finals, and I know the Barbadian supporters are pretty much happy with the job done here this morning. Captain Seeley has not touched the ball for the morning. He's the man who's leading the charge here for Barbados, and he have not won a title as captain for Barbados, and he's probably smelling that all now as Prescott continues to bowl. Good lifting delivery outside the off stump. He has bowled that nagging length just outside the off stump all morning.
Yes, into his 9th over, Jatara Prescott shows that he's a relatively fit man. Still getting that ball to move away from the right-handers. 13.1 overs, 3 for 51. So sharing the wickets this morning with Surav Worrell, both of them taking 3 wickets apiece. Really dented any sort of progress that the Jamaican team would have had in mind.
Really? Jamaica coming in this morning in a very strong position with 2 of the senior batters. I'm somewhat disappointed in the efforts that they made this morning, really. But I can't take away from the Barbadians who have played pretty good cricket. Despite 1 or 2 errors in the field, we are human beings, expect that. But not really too impressed with the Jamaicans' fight here this morning against the Barbadians. In this the finals, and they are the defending champions.
Well, if you want to be overly critical of the Barbadian team, you'll say that they actually dropped quite a few catches.
Yes.
I think they will have dropped about 5 or so chances so far yesterday. Even Weatherbourne and Morgan, they were given lives. So it hasn't been a flawless performance from them in terms of their fielding, but they didn't really have to do much, it must be said, because the Jamaican batters really gifted some of their wickets to the Barbadian team.
I do agree with you there, hasn't it? Really. And the thing is that they stuck to their game, they stuck to their plans. The Barbadians never dropped their heads. They kept coming at the Jamaicans, and the Jamaicans keep offering opportunities to them. That fight to really remain champions didn't come from the Jamaicans, but the Barbadians have taken advantage of it, have never let up the Barbadians. Another good delivery there by Prescott on that nagging length outside the off stump. Reminds you somewhat of Mr. Courtney Ambrose.
Well, he has the height of a Courtney Ambrose, or close to the height of a Courtney Ambrose. If he's perhaps 60% of what Ambrose is, I think he'll be reasonably satisfied.
I think the West Indies selectors would be satisfied with that.
Agreed.
Yes. So we would love to see those sort of product being manufactured here from this tournament. Prescott is showing the talent. Again, on that nagging line and length, causing trouble for low order batters. That brings you over another over to the end here at Arnisville, and really Jamaica struggling this morning, 119 for 8.
Yes, a maiden over there from Jatara Prescott. Mentioned struggling from the Jamaican team. I think that's an understatement, really. Wheels are really coming off here from the Jamaican team. 119 for the loss of 8. Lost a wicket in the first over of the day's play, and really never managed to recover from that against what has been a spirited performance by the Barbadian team. Kudos to Captain Seeley. I think his captaincy has been very well, proactive. A couple of occasions we've seen unorthodox fees from him as well. Just trying to get into the minds of the batters. But as we mentioned before, a lot of those dismissals were really self-inflicted.
Well, the Jamaicans have wilted under the pressure from the Barbadians. 2 strong regional teams here, Jamaica and Barbados, producing a number of West Indian cricketers over the years. Really. Another full delivery dugout. Bowled, fielded by him. King. Both bowlers have similar build. Slim, tall, lanky. Doing well for Barbados. 2 slips a gully. Square cover, short extra cover. Mid on. Square leg and the man at fine leg. Barbados in the driver's seat here. Really played exceptional cricket this morning. kept the pressure on the Jamaicans and have gotten the results that they wanted. This one is whipped through mid-wicket. It's coming close to the fence. Would it win it race? Yes, it does. Ball wins that race. This goes over the fence. 4 runs to Jamaica. 4 welcome runs here for Jamaica.
Welcome indeed. I think he was aiming a bit straighter. That delivery coming back into him there, Odell Samuel. Getting the inner portion of the bat, but timed it well enough to beat the man there, Warrell, at mid-on for a welcome boundary for the Jamaican team. A welcome boundary for Odell Samuels.
Well, Samuels move up to 10. 10 from 20 deliveries. If you need an angel, it's now, Jamaica. Samuels could be that angel. Carries a rather powerful name there. Robert Samuels, Marlon Samuels, Jamaicans, former representatives, West Indies and Jamaica, captain as well. So he's outside here of stump and he's throwing a kitchen sink at that one.
Yes, looking to power that one through the offside. Not really in a position to play that shot. But Samuel is looking to go on the attack here, be a bit more aggressive. Maybe that's the way to go, given what we've seen so far. He's not really trusting his technique, especially against King on a couple of occasions. King has troubled him with that delivery coming back into him. I think he's going to fight fire with fire.
Well, he looks good attacking. I think he should keep that mode. Not too sure how long he would last trying to be defensive here. But King would have different ideas. Again, he's pulling straight to the man at mid-on, looking to get on with things here with Samuels. Having a little bit of attitude as well, saying that should have gone into the fence for 6. What did I do?
Yes, finding the middle of the bat on a couple of occasions in this over. One of them he got a boundary on that occasion, picking out the man there, Warrell, at mid-on. Be interesting to see if they persist with Prescott from the other end. He's bowled 9 overs on the chart so far. We spoke about bowlers' workload, especially at this level. It's a conversation that must be had.
Again, this is a short one. Hitting him somewhere or just taking the bat, I'm not too sure, waiting on the signal from the umpire. Well, it hit the bat and just ballooned out to fine leg. Short delivery there into the body area. Score moves up by 1. Jamaica still in the hunt for this 200. Seems to be just a first innings game, but cricket is a game of glorious uncertainties. A lot of time still left in this game. Jamaica could have a good bowling spell. Short lifting delivery down the leg. Morris doesn't take cleanly. They have run on the misfield. So another one, a bye. And a no ball signal by the umpire, really. King looking at the front foot. So a no ball ball by King. We haven't seen much of those in this game. Credit to the bowlers.
Yes, it's something that we saw from King in the previous round. Where I think he bowled more than 10 no balls in his innings. So it's definitely an area of improvement that he needs to work on. Just overstepping that front crease on a couple of occasions. Maybe striving for a bit of extra pace. Trying to get those deliveries through to these lower order players.
Yes, he looks to hit the deck, King, at times, and then he overstretches and that front foot goes over that crease and the umpire has your duties to perform. This one is a Yorker length. Wondering how that didn't get under the bat. Just hitting the bat and into the pad. That brings you over to an end. Jamaica here in reply to Barbados, 200 for 9 declared. They are here 126 for 8. Barbados need 2 wickets to grab first innings and go ahead in this game. And just remind you that Jamaica has more points than Barbados so far. Am I sure? Yeah. Even though they are on top of the game, point standings, Barbados are still trailing the Jamaicans at 126 for 8.
Yeah, I think it's crucial for the Barbadians to get their first innings on the Jamaican team here. That would definitely propel them into the ascendancy. Partnership slowly growing, 14 runs between these two. A bit longer than the previous partnerships that we saw. And we're going to see Zishan Mutara being introduced into the attack. So just as we were speaking about the captain perhaps thinking about a change at that backward end, the removal of Prescott from the bowling lineup. Having bowled 9 overs this morning, we're now going to see the leg spinner being introduced. I think it's a very good move.
Yes, indeed. 2 slips, backward point, a cover, short extra cover, mid-off, mid-wicket, mid-on, square leg between sweeper, Matara, good delivery outside the off stump, just hitting the outer portion of the bat, but Prescott, I think he deserves a round of applause. I think he should be given that. Really bowl well for Barbados. He has been taken out of the attack and Matara takes his place. Good start from the leg spinner, hitting the wicket. We have not seen any last sort of big spin, prodigious spin from the spinners really. They have just hit the line, the length, a couple of balls have bounced. Different to what we have seen in the World Cup here from Afghanistan and Bangladesh. You know that they are first-class teams, professionals. We have not seen that sort of prodigious spin here from these bowlers.
I think it's safe to say that the wicket has turned just enough to keep the batters honest and just create just enough problems. We mentioned the consistency is what has really troubled most of these batters, not being able to concentrate long enough. We saw the leg spinner from Jamaica, Redwood, normally turns the ball a long way, getting that excessive tone that we've gotten used to. Still managed to make inroads into the Barbados batting lineup. A similar thing here in terms of Mutara.
This one, he just open up the face and just run it down to third man. Picks up a single. That's James. He has now moved to 3 from 24. And Samuels is on 11 from 24 deliveries as well. So vast difference between two. Same amount of balls, but the runs, Samuels have scored much more. He's on strike now to Matara. Matara first over in this innings this morning. Looking for a single. That brings you over to an end. At the end of this over, it is 127 for 8. And after a lovely spell from Prescott, my spell have come to an end here as I welcome back Stacey and Adams into the batting crease. She would take over from now on with Asnet. So I probably resume sometime after lunch. Welcome, Stacey Ann.
Thanks for that introduction, Ken Roy. And as things stands, I prefer to be. Oh, we're seeing the players going off. Not quite sure if it's an early lunch or if Jamaica has declared.
Well, good afternoon to you. Good morning to you, Stacey. Welcome
Good morning
to the commentary box. A lot of action. You came with a lot of action here, Stacey, as we've seen the players making their way off. You're not too sure what has taken place at this point in time. It appears that perhaps the Jamaican team has declared.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised by that declaration. I mean, I would have thought they would try and give themselves at least until the 9th wicket has fallen. But they have decided to forfeit 4 innings points, which looked inevitable, really, that it was going in Barbados' direction, and has decided to not give them any further bowling points. But, I mean, with 4 innings points now going to Barbados are now ahead on the table. So, interesting declaration, seeing some strategy coming into this. Barbados also lead by 73 runs, which is huge in the context of this game. It's some interesting cricket being played out here today on this second day. But as we await the start of the second innings by Barbados, we'll take a quick break and we'll be back with you shortly. Yeah, so welcome back to the Annisville playing field, where Jamaica, they have declared their innings on 127 for 8. I believe they're thinking the only way now for us to win this tournament is to get an outright win, and they've given themselves a chance to do so. Ball in hand is Deshaun James, and we have a new opening combination, Joshua Morris and Kyle Jordan at the top there for Barbados.
Yes, good morning to our viewers, those of you just joining us. Jamaica, they resumed on 72 for 2 today and lost a lot of quick wickets in clusters, really. Barbadian team really bowled well this morning, executed their plans to perfection, and in the end, the Jamaican team declaring, as you're saying, Stacey, 127 for the loss of 8. So Barbados can safely say that Barbados are currently in the driver's seat as it relates to this encounter. Not to say that we're completely ruling out Jamaica, because stranger things have happened in cricket this year.
So the first ball, Deshaun James to Kyle Jordan. Fully forward to that. So good delivery straight. Attacking the stump straight away is Deshaun James. And just thinking about Barbados bowling display, Jamaica, they lost 6 wickets, for 55 runs this morning. And I was just sitting there thinking to myself, with the bowlers that they started with this morning may have been as a result of a lot of planning, a lot of strategic thinking by the Barbados contingent late yesterday. So inside edge and a quick single to get off the mark there by Kyle Jordan. So yeah, I was just thinking, Prescott yesterday, he caused the most trouble to Wedderburn, and Wedderburn is a very important player, a very important batter in this Jamaica lineup, and we saw the way he batted yesterday. He's a very reliable player to them, and he's a bit of a leader as well in this batting lineup, and I think a lot of the planning went into getting rid of his wicket as early as possible yesterday, which could possibly result in a collapse, and you saw that was the case. So starting with Prescott, I believe I'll probably talk to Sherwin Campbell and his camp after to see if that's what they were thinking about. So Morris facing his first ball as an opener in this match, nicely behind it. And then starting with Worrell, the off spinner, knowing that Wedderburn is a left-handed batter. So I think a lot of planning went into getting rid of him, because you said it yourself, Worrell is not the bowler that we would have thought would start the innings to the 2 batters that were in overnight. But I think a lot of planning went into getting rid of Wedderburn as quickly as possible. And he was the first man dismissed after bowling of Prescott, and then a collapse thereafter. So now Deshaun James trying to replicate much of what Prescott did early this morning. Nice line and length from him as usual, metronomical as always, Deshaun James.
Yes, I agree completely with what you just mentioned in terms of the planning that may have gone into the Barbados team. And it's one thing to plan, but the execution was evident by the Barbadian team. Worrell bowled well in tandem with Prescott. Prescott, we tend to mention his name a lot. It just goes to show how important he has been for Barbados this tournament, and he has been instrumental in their success up to this point. Still a lot of time in this game. Still have 2 sessions, and a lot can happen between then and now. But I think I prefer to be in the Barbados camp at this point in time. I think it's important for them to get a good start. A quick start might even put the icing on the cake, get some more runs on the board, and maybe in the last session, sometime in the last session, they can even afford to send the Jamaican in and try and force an outright victory.
Yeah, and getting that lead of 73 runs, they are effectively 74 without loss. So, first over completed, single from it. The score is 1 without loss.
Yes, a study over there from Deshaun James. We mentioned that he's been consistent throughout this match. Hasn't got the wickets that perhaps his bowling warranted in the first innings, but what we know we'll get from him is a man with a big heart, bowled a very long spell in the first innings, and I'm sure his captain, his coach, will be hoping that he can lead from the front and maybe make the game as interesting as possible for the Jamaican team.
Yeah, and speaking about heart, they really need to bowl their hearts out. Jamaica bowl and feel their hearts out. And a few drop catches in the first innings, they don't need any of that, as well as the field. They need to be spot on if they are to support their bowlers. They are looking for an outright victory. They are aware that that's the only way they can climb back into this game. After the display this morning, they were on top coming into today's play. Unfortunately for them, losing 6 quick wickets this morning has put them on the back foot, forcing them to declare. So Javon Winter, bit loose to start. They sneak through for a bye. Well, I'll wait on the, yes, a bye signal by umpire Mokan.
Yes, those wickets lost this morning really dented any sort of progress that the Jamaican team had in mind. It doesn't matter the form of cricket. Wickets tend to limit your progress as a team. No one ever really got into the Barbadian bowling attack, and they were able to comfortably limit the scoring opportunities and at times make crucial breakthroughs.
Yeah, so the first task for these two batters will be to see their way to lunch without losing a wicket. Of course, the Jamaicans will be hoping they can pick up at least 2 wickets or so before that luncheon interval that's fast approaching. Bit of lift off the surface after pitching. Surprised the batter a bit, but he played it well in the end, Morris.
Yes, Winter, he bowled reasonably well in the first innings. Didn't get the wickets that he perhaps were expecting. A bowled a long spell as well. Both him and Deshaun James really have to take the mantle of doing most of the fast bowling in this game. Have the like of Michael Clark, who will come in, a steady medium fast bowler. I think they really miss Rian Edwards, the left arm seamer, in this game.
Yeah, nice delivery in the channel, and Morris just having a loose waft at it. Walked over to the side, looking like he's having a conversation with himself. Just saying to himself, no, don't play that shot outside the half stump so early.
It's actually a tricky little session here for these two openers. It's not long to go before the lunch break, and really and truly, it's all to play for within this small session. Just trying to get to lunch.
Yeah, he climbed into that quite nicely. A lot more width offered on that occasion, and a nice punch into the cover area to get his innings up and running, Joshua Morris.
Well, I was saying he was trying to get to lunch, but if you offer those sort of goodies to Joshua Morris, he'll definitely make you pay. You've seen that is a shot he likes. You've seen it in the first innings, and on this occasion, timing it nicely through the offside for 4. A shot of a man in form.
Yeah, a lot of the batters from Barbados, they've played that shot quite nicely. It's brought about their demise as well, trying to play it when it's a bit too close. On that occasion, it was too much width offered up by the bowler and handled nicely by Morris. There's a lot more width offered, but more bonks on the way through to the keeper, and Morris was looking to play at it once more.
Yes, looking to replicate the shot from the previous delivery. This one a bit wider, a bit more bounce on it as well. Thankfully for him, made no sort of contact.
Yeah, you should remember his dismissal from the first innings. Michael Clark was bowling. He had a short, wide one, got some bounce on it, just threw his hands at it and hit it straight to a field at cover. There's no man there this time at cover. Oh, edge. A top edge that flies all the way over the keeper. Inadvertently played, but 4 runs nonetheless to Joshua Morris.
Yes, a bit fortuitous there, Joshua Morris. A lifting delivery there from Winter. Morris looking to drop his hands, really. In the end, the delivery taking the top of his bat and flying over the wicketkeeper's head. There's no fielder going to be there so early in the innings. So another boundary for him, and the Barbadian team, they're up and running. They're 10 without loss. 2 overs completed.
Yes, and that lead continues to swell. It's now up to 83 runs. So Joshua Morris surviving somewhat in that over. See him practicing to leave at the other end. So Deshaun James now to Kyle Jordan. Looking for a single and sent back by his partner. So what we've come to know of these two is that they are very aggressive, especially when they get settled. So it'll be interesting to see how they play these next maybe 2 overs or so heading into that lunch break.
Yes, we've seen Kyle Jordan, we've seen the best of him. We've also seen the worst of him as well in terms of his shot selection. He will really need to be selective. We have seen his power and clear any part of this ground. Just a matter of being selective.
Short delivery. Really good short delivery there from Deshaun James. A testing one indeed. Jordan looking to pull it and missing it completely.
Yes, a good short delivery. It's a bit high as well for that shot. Jordan really in no position to play such a pull shot. Thankfully for him. Made no contact. 10 without loss. Just going back to Morris a bit, Stacey, he has been impressive in the tournament, both behind the stumps and with the bat. Fair to say he's perhaps one of the better wicketkeeper batsmen in the tournament.
Yeah, some instructions came to Kyle Jordan, maybe from the dressing room, and see that he got in behind that one, not looking to play any sort of aggressive stroke. And yeah, Joshua Morrissey has been consistent, a bit unlucky at times. I mean, unable to get that 50 that he probably is searching for in this tournament, but he has certainly been consistent with his run scoring. I decided to leave that one on that occasion, Kyle Jordan.
Yes, he's one of those players that we highlighted in terms of showing a level of improvement. I'm coming in from last year's tournament. Didn't really get the type of returns with the bat last year, but we're definitely seeing a marked improvement in his operations with the bat, and it's good to see.
Full at that time. Nicely forward there by Jordan. So I mean, in conversations with his mom, Joshua Morris's mom, she's always here supporting him. He seems to be a very determined, strong character. She mentioned to me that there was an occasion in Barbados where, you know, there was this very high score of 184 plus, I think, by an individual batter, and he told her that he was going to overtake that score, and she was asking him how, and he went on to score 217 in the game. So seems to be a very strong character, and when he makes up his mind, he's gonna get the job done. As the over comes to an end, and the score is 10 without loss after 3.
There's a maiden over there from Deshaun James, showing his experience, bowling different lengths in that over, causing a bit of discomfort there for Kyle Jordan on a couple of occasions. 10 without loss, a lead of 83 runs. So the longer this batting performance continues by the Barbadian team, I think they will continue to increase their scoring rate, and that would definitely put a lot more pressure on the Jamaican team in terms of the total that they will have to chase, and also the time that they're going to need to chase whatever total the Barbadian team chooses to declare at.
Yeah, so right away, key wicket taker in the first innings has the ball in hand, Tamari Redwood. So Redwood now with an over or so before, or should be his only over before that lunch break.
So I think the skipper just giving him an opportunity to have a go with the new ball just before the break, the lunch break. So I think it's not a bad idea.
Yeah, he is an improved leg spinner, Tamari Redwood, and he has shown his class so far in this tournament, showing how much he's evolved as well with ball in hand. His lines has been a lot more accurate.
bowling with a relatively new ball. Ball being 3.3 overs old. A little bit difficult to get the grip right. But to show how much experience he has bowling with a new ball.
And the captain has kept that sort of in-out field on the offside for him. As one man fairly deep, not back on the boundary, but deep on the offside in cover. And 3 other fielders around the bat closer. So a well set field on the outside for Tamari Redwood from Skipper Barnes. So another maiden over. Another maiden over. So the score remains on 12 without loss. Well, 10 without loss. I saw 2 runs there a while ago. So it's 10 without loss. I beg your pardon. After the 4th over.
A steady start there from Redwood. You mentioned that he's a key contributor in this bowling lineup for the Jamaican team. Has bowled well consistently throughout the tournament. He's now a relatively experienced campaign at this particular level. And on that occasion, just getting most of those deliveries in that particular length and line that he's aiming for. And he'll be hoping that he can bowl a long spell after the lunch break and maybe make some crucial breakthroughs for his team. As we see a change in the bowling, it's going to be the Skipper Barnes.
Maybe a bit of tempter before lunch to these batters. Let's see if they'll take the bait.
They're trying to buy a wicket very early in the piece. I haven't seen a lot of him as a bowler throughout the tournament. Normally turns to Odell Summers to do the spin bowling, the off-break duty.
This one is whipped to the onside for a single. They're negotiating quite well so far, looking to play him along the carpet. No one is looking to take him on just yet. One is errant in line, straying down the leg side. They pick up a bye as well. So not going to plan so far for Brian Barnes, the skipper. He has 2 men out, one at long on and one at mid wicket. Hoping really from Brian Barnes in this over that one of these batters will take the bait and try to take him on. But so far his lines hasn't been the best. That one too full and strain on the pads once more.
Yes, his lack of bowling in the previous rounds really been manifested here in terms of his inconsistency so far. His line and also his lengths.
Better that time, but it appears as if these 2 batters, they're looking to be disciplined, take it to lunch, not looking to take him on at all, which is much advised from a Barbados perspective. And a leave alone as well to complete the over, and that will also be lunch here on day 2. So Jamaica declaring an 127 for 8. Barbados are 13 without loss. Safe to say that that morning session belonged firmly to Barbados.
Yes, indeed so. The Barbadian team, they will be pleased with their operation so far this morning. They came this morning and they were looking for early wickets. Got that early wicket in the first over. Big wicket of Weatherborn. Mentioned Weatherborn experience in this Jamaican team. And from then they were able to take wickets at regular intervals. Ended up getting a lead. The lead currently stands at 86 runs. So they'll be quite pleased with the morning's proceedings so far. And what we'll do now, we'll take a short break and we'll be back with you in about 40 minutes time with live action here in the Cricket West Indies on the 19 men's final.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the post-lunch session here at the picturesque Annisville playing field in this final between Jamaica and Barbados. We are, of course, coming to you live from the most beautiful, elegant Caribbean country of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So right away, Javon Winter with ball in hand to bowl to the openers, Kyle Jordan and Joshua Morris for Barbados. They went to lunch unscathed, 13 without loss after 5 overs. So Winter to Jordan. Neatly walked into the onside to pick up the first run after lunch. Good afternoon to you, Sylvanus.
Good afternoon, Stacey, and good afternoon to our viewers. As we look forward to an intriguing day's afternoon session here between Jamaica and Barbados.
We've seen a lot so far in this game. We've seen some resilient batting, some impressive bowling strategies, and we've also seen strategically planned, I would say, declaration by Jamaica in hopes of winning this game outright.
Interesting declaration indeed by the Jamaicans. No doubt the management of the team would have said, well, okay, the latter batters, the tail-enders are wasting time in a sense out there. They're not getting the runs, and they have declared in order to come from behind, hopefully, to make a match of this.
So far, both batters off the mark after lunch, showing a lot of purpose in their running between the wickets, and that's something that we have praised, really, by this Barbados outfit throughout this entire tournament from what I've seen from them.
Yeah, well, Stacey, I want to just touch on the strategy there by the Jamaicans, because I want to believe that the Jamaicans management will think that they have the bowling attack that will be able to dismiss Barbados twice in this match. So they would have declared, and hopefully we have not seen a breakthrough yet, but the battle continues here.
Yeah, certainly Jamaica will be thinking that they are able to do it. They did have Barbados up against it yesterday. They had them 121 for 7 at one point. The last 3 wickets, building 79 runs, taking them to 200. But it's also a case of them showing a fighting mentality, and you must applaud that from a Jamaican perspective, deciding, hey, you know what? There's only one way to win the tournament. Nicely stroked out to point there. But there's only one way to win the tournament, and that is winning the game outright. Because as it stands, Jamaica, Barbados would be on top with points because they got first innings points, and they saw the way that first innings batting display went for them. And they know that more than likely, with just 2 wickets in hand, that Barbados were going to get the points anyway. So they decided to declare early and give themselves a chance in hopes of bowling out Barbados for as little as possible.
Yeah, clearly Barbados is in the driver's seat, and I don't think they, from what I'm seeing, they're starting out their second innings very, very slowly indeed. We have not seen like the tracing after making a big score or quick score to send the Jamaicans in. So I'm not too clear on what their strategy might be, whether they're going to bat out this innings, but surely they will be taking the time and ensure that they have runs on the board. Here's a shot, a beautiful shot that is square driven for 4. Lovely shot indeed.
Yeah, you know, once whistles off for these Barbados batters, they're going to jump all over it. And you were just talking about their intent, and there you go, some intent shown right away from Kyle Jordan. You know he's going to play his shots as the over is completed. 6 overs gone, 19 without loss.
Yes, and for the Jamaican sake, where they have declared they expect the bowlers to be really bowling a tight line, and also at the same time trying to get through the Barbadians innings. If they don't do that, if they don't pick up quick wickets, then more than likely there's a chance that Barbados will stay on top of this game and perhaps may not even declare based on the runs they get.
Right, so Odell Samuels has the ball in hand, and that's the thing. Being on top, Barbados with points right now, having won first innings, all they need to do is bat. You know, in these battles, they can just put their hands up and decide to get more in form. I mean, Joshua Morris, he's in good form. Looking towards that 50 over tournament. So it's just a case for Barbados really to just continue batting throughout the day if they want to. I mean, there's really no need to try and bat and declare to send in Jamaica and give them a sniff at the target.
You're quite right, Stacey. I think with this, if the new 50-over format coming up next week, they should be taking batting practice here right now.
So Samuels to start to Joshua Morris. It was a bit inconsistent yesterday when he bowled. Couldn't quite land, couldn't quite find his rhythm, his bowling rhythm, that is. So the captain will be hoping for him to be spot on right away, as they are in desperate need of wickets. So walk to the onside as a man placed that deep square leg, runs in. So it's been quite easy so far for these two batters. Not a lot of fuss for them in the middle. And Joshua Morris getting a chance to open the batting. I believe it was because Zion Brathwaite, he was off the field late in that bowling effort by Barbados. So him being the opener, he wouldn't have been able to start the batting, having been off the field for quite some time.
Yes, and we must let our viewers know as well, and our listeners, Stacey, that there are a few Barbadians here who are supporting maybe their son or their ward, and they're very vocal. You can hear the horns blowing from time to time. I just came up from lunch there in the stand, and there are quite a bit of them there with the players' jerseys on their back. So the Barbadians they do have some support here, and we know how important support at any match, any sport is. So it's very important that they continue to really get that support and show their worth here.
Some width offered and well played in that gap. They're looking for two, but it's just one in the end.
Stacey, I'm thinking that
So
should Barbados.
22 without loss after 7 overs.
Yes. I was thinking that Barbados can accumulate quick runs. Their idea now would be to get some bowling points, actually. They've already picked up batting points, so that is something else they might have their mind on as well.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I hear you there with that comment, Sylvanus, as Winter runs into Morris. And I'll just repeat, there's really no need for Barbados. I mean, batting, both of these batters have been effortless in their run scoring so far. No trouble, really, apart from that top edge that went over the head of the keeper. So, as I said, I mean, they're on top, so just continue to stay on top. It's a case of just parking your ego aside. I mean, yes, you want to go for that outright win, but there's really no need to give Jamaica a chance at chasing anything today.
So far, we've been hearing about some low scoring in the other games as well. The Windwards, we heard only made 90 odd, and the Leeward Islands failed to even get past that as well. Here at the main stadium at Annisville, Barbados versus Jamaica, I think Jamaica must be disappointed with their performance, because they really should have gone past it. The Barbadian total, having closed off at 72 for 2 yesterday with Webber and Morgan, looking very good, but they just did not get that start to cement their way to overhauling the Barbados total. So makes it much more difficult for them now.
Yeah, and having mentioned those games, just to update the viewers, Windward Islands versus Leeward Islands, as you know, Leeward Islands bowled out the Windwards for 96. Leewards in reply were bowled out for 78, and Windward Islands at lunch, they are currently 25 for 3. In the other game, Trinidad and Tobago trailed by 166 runs with 1 wicket in hand. Guyana were bowled out for 249. Trinidad and Tobago, that last wicket pair seems to be fighting. They are 83 for 9.
So the battle continues for supremacy here in this West Indies Rising Star Under 19 tournament. Barbados showing why they are the leading cricketers in the region. But from time to time, from year to year, you get different crops of players, Stacey, and then you find that sometimes the pendulum shift in terms of who win the tournament. Here's a shot that is played straight down to mid-on. It's traveling out to the long-on boundary. Chase there, and the batsmen are coming through for their third one. And that was a lovely shot. It's Morris.
Yeah, the straight drive is always a pleasant shot to the eyes, and Morris executed quite well. Nice balance from him, just choking it. Not trying to hit it too hard, just timed it well. Didn't go to the boundary, a good chase by the fielder there at mid-on to cut it off, collecting 3 runs as well. So the running continues to be good between this pair at moment, Kyle Jordan and Joshua Morris.
Yes, the delivery is very short and wide. Batsman didn't have to play. Winter would be well advised if he's going to really take wickets here for Jamaica. He has to make the batsman play. But that was a very wide delivery. Wasted delivery, so to speak. So that brings the over to an end. And the the Barbadian total is on to 27 without loss. So bright sunshine here at Annisvale, and we're looking at a very keen contest between Barbados and Jamaica. Remind our viewers and listeners that Barbados would have declared a 209 in their first knock, and Jamaica, in reply, only could have mustered 127 for 8, declaring their innings. A very interesting declaration.
Yeah, currently lead by 101, Barbados. And you know, Jamaica, they declared in an effort to try and get an outright win, but I must say it's really been too easy for both of these batters so far. The bowling hasn't really been threatening, and it's been quite easy for them to collect singles at will. Something else needs to be done in terms of a bowling plan and fielding strategy too. These two, certainly they're seeking wickets, and as I speak, there you go, an easy single into the onside.
Yeah, and the same strategy being employed here by Jamaica as in the case of Barbados. When they bowl at Jamaica, they came out after lunch with a seamer and a spinner taking up the attack. So it's interesting to see whether or not the seamer or the spinner is the one who's going to get a breakthrough for Jamaica.
You've watched this game. You watched the game yesterday in terms of the bowlers that are more likely to run in and pick up a wicket. Who do you think, from a Jamaican perspective, is that bowler or two bowlers that they can use in tandem right now? Try and pick up some quick wickets for them that's much needed.
Yes, well, I would have seen Michael Clark, who is not any tearaway bowler by that means, but just a stock bowler, and he came in and he did the breakthrough for Jamaica in the Barbadian innings, the first innings, and he could be one to be reckoned with again with the ball. So he, along with Deshaun James, should be able to make the breakthrough for Jamaica. Those are the likely persons I see here, along with the leg spinner as well, Redwood. So they still have a good bowling attack that should be able to make that breakthrough for Jamaica.
Yeah, so far both of these batters, they're not looking to take on the bowlers per se. They're just playing a very measured innings so far. No injudicious shots. Looking to play each ball and its merit so far, these two batters. So, and there you go again, an easy single onto the onside. So batting looks quite easy at the moment with this opening pair.
Yes, indeed. I find Jamaica in this innings for Barbados is bowling a bit from the seamer's point of view, trifle short than what we would have seen in their first spell when they sent Barbados into bat. They were bowling a much fuller length, but this time around we're still seeing that they're ponging the ball into the turf and not getting the result they would have wanted. Here's another short one again. That would not deter the Bajan batters, as we know they come from a country where known for their fast bowling. It's not that they are perturbed by any theory fast bowling, so the Jamaicans need to understand that, and pitching the ball up will more than likely give them a better purchase.
Yeah, it's a case for Jamaica of looking to make something happen for themselves. You cannot really sit back and wait for one of these batters to make a mistake. Of course, they like for that to happen, but so far, both of these batters, they look quite measured in their approach. It's a short ball, and this has been pulled away. The man at square leg didn't seem to pick it up on time, and it's 4 more runs. And just talking about playing on its merit, a short delivery, and just helped nicely along the carpet to the onside.
Yes, and I also was alluding to the fact that the way the Jamaicans bowl in their first innings to Barbados, and we are not seeing that discipline coming out again in their bowlers. They're under pressure. They're looking to come from behind, and in order to get any successful breakthrough, they need to be really bowling, pitching a fuller length and looking to get that outside edge. And we just talk about the short pitch and the Barbadians. Again, there's another short ball, and he's punched to the offside. Magnificent shot.
Yeah, really too short there from Javon Winter. He was too short and straight the ball before, and this one too short and wide, and just really help yourself. Deliveries being served up to Joshua Morris at this point in time.
Yeah, he moves on to 25 and 4 good-looking runs, and they just can't afford to bowl short. This type of bowling will not get them the breakthrough that they're looking for. He will be, again, well advised to pitch the ball up. He's bowling to 2 slips, a gully cover and an extra cover.
Yeah, that's a better line from him.
Stacey, what I would like to see, if I was the captain of Jamaica, I would have been using a strategy where I'll be bowling my seamers in short spell, as in the case of Winter. I don't think his line of delivery is really the best right now, bowling from that end. So I would be using my bowlers in short spell and hope that something will give.
This time it's whipped to the onside. Don't have the legs to get to the boundary, but they pick up 2 more. So his rhythm has been off in this over. Hasn't quite found it back since the lunch break. Winter.
Yes, Winter has been all over the place. He's short at times, and then other times he's on the legs of the batter. And this is not really going to help the cause for the Jamaicans. He need to bowl a fuller length, and he need to bowl a more consistent line as well.
Full delivery seems to be an underedge that passes through to Adrian Ware to finish the over. A very expensive one. 12 runs coming from it. The score moves up to 41 without loss.
So Barbados piling on the pressure here against Jamaica. Jamaica having declared at 127 for 8 with the hope that they will be able to come from behind and dismiss Barbados for a very low total, but that is not the case. We are seeing the Barbadian batters enjoying this period of play. After lunch, they have scored quite rapidly and have accumulated a few boundaries.
And that's the thing, you use that word enjoyment and you just got it in there, but that's all these batters have to do. Just enjoy being out there, enjoy batting, because they are under no pressure at this point in time. And when you are under no pressure, I mean, everything seems to be a lot easier. It's a lot easier in terms of your process, in terms of your concentration, and you're seeing that coming through for these 2 batters at the moment. From Jamaica's perspective, they really need to find a bowler that is consistently bowling that good line and length delivery that can probably then, push back some pressure onto the Barbados batters. Scoring has been so easy for them since the lunch break. So you need to find a bowler that can be consistently good. Just dry up the runs a bit and try and ask these batters to manufacture a shot out of nowhere.
Yes.
Maybe that might be the luck that they need.
Yes, and so far we have not seen any devil in the wicket, and so far the bowling has not even troubled any of these batsmen. But now we speak about getting someone to really break the back of the Barbadian openers, and here is Michael Clarke.
Full shot punched in the air. Will get to the boundary just on that occasion. Bit too short, and what was good about that shot from Kyle Jordan is he didn't really try to keep it down. He didn't have two minds in terms of where he wanted to play it, and just got it over the infield on that occasion. So well executed from Jordan.
Yes, indeed. He was well in position, and he just used the pace of the delivery there and hitting it square to cover point for a lovely boundary.
A bit too wide again. Lower bounce on that occasion. The bounce has been variable so far in this match. It's been quite inconsistent.
It's quite noticeable. It's quite noticeable, Stacey, that Michael Clarke had bowled from this end. This is where he gained all his success. So he is bowling from this end again. Of course, the pitch having its wear and tear over a couple of days. We'll see what would happen.
Yeah, but it seems that the trackers has really become a lot better for batting. I mean, I can't really say that a lot was there to trouble the batters in the first place. Yes, you have some variable bunks, some keeping lower time, some tennis ball bunks, but nothing really. If you look at the innings between Barbados and Jamaica, it's a lot of injudicious shots, and we've spoken about it at length in the commentary booth about how some of these batters have been dismissed. And here you are seeing two batters being a lot more disciplined in their shot selection and their thought process, and they are executing well. 45 without loss after 10. Well, in the 11th over, I beg your pardon.
And speaking about discipline, the batting, we know that the West Indies is playing England here, just pull shot down to backward square, just a single result in. I understand the West Indies is struggling against England. Stacey, I have not got the final score, but they already lost about 6 wickets. So the West Indies are really up against it there in England. We hope, from a West Indian point of view, that somebody will stick in and really, surprise us.
And Joshua Morris, low bounce on that occasion. You remember that Michael Clarke accounted for him in the first innings, and that delivery a loose waft outside the off stump to finish the over. Score moves up to 46 without loss after 11.
Yeah, Michael Clarke still looking for that line and length. He doesn't have a very high action really, and hence because of his action, the ball tend to keep a bit low at that end. But nonetheless, except for that boundary, not a bad over. So we see Redwood, it seems, as there's a bowling change at the northern end, so Redwood will take up the attack from there.
It's a change of ends actually for Odell Samuels. So Odell Samuels is going to take it up from the far end, the Beckway end.
Okay, so we were just talking about a change in strategy, and then we're seeing now a switch around of bowlers. So the Jamaicans is really thinking out their game and how best they could be able to have dislodge one of these batters. Yeah,
well, they have no choice but to do that. They really need to find a way to get into the batting lineup of Barbados. So far, so good from a Barbados standpoint. Odell Samuels with ball in hand. Reinforcements on the boundary, a man at mid-wicket and long on for him. It's a bit too wide to start and played out to that deep point area, and the fielder cuts it off, Javon Winter, after a long bowling spell.
Well, it must be that the captain have some confidence in his bowlers, and he should have, and then have made the switch to get Samuel coming from the northern end and hope that you'll get the breakthrough.
Yeah, as he walks this into the onside for another single, I'm a bit surprised that Redwood has only bowled 1 over so far. I thought he would have allowed him to get more into his bowling spell. I mean, he has caused a lot of trouble to some of these batters. He was the leading wicket taker in the first innings. In fact, I don't know how the other games have gone, but coming into this game, he overtook Nathan Seeley in the first innings as the leading wicket taker in the tournament. I'll, of course, update the viewers as to who is leading that chart. But he has 14 wickets to his name, the young man.
And we have not seen him bowl from this end as yet, so maybe that could be another strategy by the Jamaicans to bring him from the commentary box end instead of from the southern end where he would have bowled most of his overs.
They are persisting with Udell Samuels. He's bowling that from that angle around the wicket to the right-handers.
Samuel has a very strange approach to the crease. You're not seeing that jump as most bowlers would want to do. Stacey, he's just a walk and a hop, and then his arm comes over. More or less putting it on spot.
So a dot ball to finish. 3 runs coming from that over. The score moves to 49 without loss.
So Jamaica, looking for the breakthrough here. They have yet to dismiss Barbadian openers who are approaching the 50 score mark. Just 1 more run shy of the 50 partnership. They have 49 without loss of 12 overs. Looking to put up maybe another 200, and then if in quick time they will be able to give a chance. But we keep saying that it doesn't make any sense, Stacey, to be batting and declaring at this point in time, knowing that you have another format of the one day to come up. So they should be taking batting practice. But it's left to be seen.
Some width offered, and that wide delivery outside the half stump has accounted for a few edges and actually accounted for a wicket from Michael Clark in this match so far. So Jordan just leaving it alone. I get what you're saying, Mr. Horn, but I still do applaud the effort that is being made by Jamaica, the mindset that they have, that winning mindset. I mean, it didn't show in their batting display, and they surely will be kicking themselves for that. But their mindset is to try and win this game, and they know that the only way that they would have been able to do that is to declare and try their best to bowl out Barbados. It's a tough task, but they are definitely trying something, and I must applaud their winning mindset, really and truly.
It's commendable for the Jamaicans. It's a never say never situation. They are very tough competitors in any sports. We know that for sure. So that they come out fighting, and maybe just a breakthrough might change their fortune for them.
Yeah, surely they'll be looking for some sort of breakthrough. But it's really hard as the 50 partnership comes up between these two, Joshua Morris and Kyle Jordan. Of course, Joshua Morris opening because Zion Brathwaite was off the field of play at the end of the innings for Jamaica, and by the rules he has to spend a certain amount of time before he can open the batting. I think that time has lapsed now, but Joshua Morris so far has been enjoying his stint as an opener. This time he has to play that along the ground, not aerially as he did in the first innings. Bit of width offered, but not taking the bait on that occasion, Joshua Morris. It's good to see that he's learned so far from his dismissal in the first innings.
Yes, both batters look quite accomplished, and they're taking their time at it. Of course, they still have a repertoire of shots that we have not seen. They've played 1 or 2 lovely shots already. And here's a delivery, there's an appeal. Very, very close indeed, but the umpire is not interested. Probably getting a bit of edge onto that one. He did show the umpire his bat, so a very good delivery there for Michael Clark.
Yeah, good decision again by umpire Afran Bayom. I mean, he didn't come forward with a lot of purpose on that occasion. It was a fuller pitch delivery, but not a lot of purpose in his coming forward, and Kyle Jordan just telling him, come on, dig in, show more purpose, show that front, that full face of the bat there.
Yeah, we speak of Michael Clark action again. He's not coming from a very high action, and he's pitching the ball full length up, and that end is, well, here's, as I'm just saying, first short one he has bowled, or second one I should think, because in the over before he bowled a very short one and he was pulled to backward square. But that brings the over to an end, and that put Barbados now to 51. 51. Barbados 51 without loss. Really leading the charge here in this contest between Jamaica and Barbados in the West Indies Rising Stars Under 19 tournament. We remind our viewers that that this is the finals between Jamaica and Barbados. Jamaica winning the toss in this encounter and sending Barbados into bat. Barbados scoring 200 for 9 declared, and then Jamaica at their turn at the crease mustered 127 for 8 declared, trying to play from behind. There's a shot from Morris to backward square, resulting in a single, so the total goes up to 52. So Jamaica still looking for the breakthrough here. It's tough going for them. Barbados piling on the pressure here at Annisville Stadium in bright sunshine as Samuel bowls, and Jordan is coming forward to that delivery, plays up on the offside. So whether or not or when would the breakthrough come for Jamaica? And here's a delivery that is nudged just behind where leg gully would have been, and the batsman was able to get another single. Barbados total goes up by 1 to 53. 53 without loss, Barbados. We're into the 14th over of the Barbadian innings. Clearly, Barbados is on top in this game. We welcome back fellow commentator Kenroy Martin. Good afternoon, Kenroy. You must have had a lovely lunch and ready to see a good contest here this afternoon.
Hey, good afternoon, Mr. Morgan. Happy to be back. Yes, had lunch. Tasty lunch that was. Had a break as well. The Barbados here in the second innings, really piling on the pressure on the Jamaicans. They have declared in a sort of unfamiliar situation, but they had was to do it with a big lead of 78. They decided to bite the bullet and really declared. But Barbados have taken advantage of that and are batting stoutly here. Have now moved on to 55 without loss, and that carries that lead to 125.
Yes, indeed. And these two openers continue to bat well for Barbados. The Jamaican bowlers really have not come out and bowl that kind of tight line and length that they would really expect. As I say, they're trying to come from behind, hoping to make a match of this. But we have not seen that consistent line from the bowlers in this second innings of the Barbadian innings.
Well, really, to make a match of this, they would have to gotten early wickets. And that has not happened, really. They're chasing the 8 ball, hoping for things to happen. Who would put up their hands and take wickets for the Jamaicans? I don't know. Right now, the Barbadians are really in command here at Annisville in the finals. Just to let you know that presently, the Jamaicans are on 7 points, Barbados on 12. From just working out things, Barbados only could go to an extra point if they get to another 200 runs here, and the only how the Jamaicans could win is having an outright win that would take them to 19 points. So really an uphill task here for Jamaica, and they're not doing a very good job at it at present.
Commanding lead indeed for Barbados. There's no way they're going to let this go so easy. The Jamaicans will really have to put up a fight.
Well, I think the Jamaicans have to more than fight. They have to claim territory. They have to claim territory.
Well, we
Fly
still...
your flags. Stake it.
Well,
The old days of Columbus.
I hear you, Ken Roy, but we still maintain that cricket is a game of glorious uncertainties. Maybe a fall of one wicket, you never know what could happen. But it's a keen contest that is going on here. And the Barbadians openers are looking quite good, quite in control of everything that is going on out there.
Yeah, a fair assessment of this game, as I said earlier, and prior broadcast, Jamaica has not scored 150 runs. Barbados 129 ahead without losing a wicket. I really don't see Jamaica getting this done. From my point of view here, Barbados have played really good cricket. They continue to do so. How do Jamaica get this done? I'm not too sure. Really, I'm lost for words when it comes to that.
Well, I'll be pleasantly surprised if Barbados was to lose this game because the wicket has grown easier and easier, Ken Roy. And we would have seen in the beginning of this match how bouncy the wicket was. But we have not seen that. Is it the case whether the bowlers are not really utilizing the new ball that well? But here is Michael Clark trying to bowl that tight line for Jamaica, working hard to get that breakthrough. You can see him really trying to get that ball up in the corridor of uncertainty there. But Barbadian are very watchful, and there is no rush. They have been dispatching the bad balls, and their shot selection was on spot.
Well, for Barbados, this is just a practice session really in the afternoon. The batters are set 32 from 52, 21 from 38 really. Morris and Jordan don't need to do anything extra. The wicket is not behaving unseemingly. The ball is coming onto the bat nicely. Just add runs to your tally. Come out this evening with a not out. Improve your chances of actually being selected to the West Indies team. That is the ultimate goal for these batters.
Couldn't agree with you more. We see the over has come to an end and we see a short pitch to end that over. Michael Clark and the rest of the Jamaican bowlers again would be well advised to keep the ball up to the bat and just on about off stump and down the line of the corridor of uncertainty if they're really going to trouble the Barbadian openers who really look set for a big total here this afternoon.
Well, Barbados here, 56 without loss. And really piling on the pressure here on the Jamaicans. You remember the Jamaicans are the defending champions. They are now trailing, or as we say, chasing the 8 ball. Barbados have a lead of 129. And these two, Morris and Jordan, have set a real good foundation for the others to come. If they allow the others to come, that is. As he sneaks another single. Score moves up by 1 to 129. Really, 129 lead. And they are now 57 without loss. So, a hard task, a difficult task. Excellent game of cricket being played here by the Barbadians. And you really can't find much fault with the Barbadian team other than the way that they fielded, drop a few catches, played a few bad shots as well, but they have played a very good team game.
Yeah, credit must be given to the Barbadian team. They're in all aspects of the game, except for a few lapses here in the field. They would have stuck to their task. They would have bowled well. All the bowlers would have really do what the captain would have requested. And credit must be given also to the captain, Nathan Seals, who would have marshaled his forces very well indeed. On the other hand, Jamaica earlier had a chance to really seal this game, but then they blew it early this morning when they start losing wicket rapidly. So they are now really fighting from behind, really, so to speak. But Barbados, boys from the land of the flying fish, is really flying away on 12 points, and there's no way they're going to lose this game.
This one has been tugged to mid-wicket. They're looking for one, calling for a second. No, says Morris. Jordan turns back, secures his crease. Another run to Barbados.
And this is something we would have seen, Martin, from the Barbadians. They're communication in the wicket and the running between the wickets was another department that has helped them to really, when they were struggling to get to 150, and then when they get to 150, they were struggling that seemed like they may not make a 200 mark, and they did that due to good, diligent running and communication in the wicket.
Well, that is key when it comes to batting, communication between two players, calling, knowing when to run one, when to turn for two, when to put the pressure on the fielders, and those sort of things. So good communication between these two, critically important for batting and creating a good understanding between players. So that has been clear between these two so far. We have not seen a run out in this game. We're just mentioning it. I have not seen a run out in this game. So that tells you that the communication on both teams have been pretty good so far.
I'm really impressed with the approach of the Barbadian Kenroy in this innings. They have been rotating the strike. Yes, they are in the lead. They have not played any rash shot per se. They've been playing each ball on its merit, and when the bad ball comes along, they really smash it away. So Barbados looking quite good, quite set for victory here. Jamaica, on the other hand, are hoping. And here's an inside edge into the pads. No danger there. We see a very defensive field, more or less, from the Jamaicans. We only have one slip now. Gully, backward point, cover extra, cover mid off, mid on, backward square, Clark. Here's the delivery, short outside the off stump. Plays into the offside, no run resulting. Bright sunshine here, good days for cricket, good weather. The players are out in the middle, would have prepared all these months to come here for this tournament. Now they have to demonstrate what they would have practiced. And for this delivery, batsman is playing firmly up on the offside, no run resulting. 60 without loss. We are into the 17th overs. 16.4 overs have been bowled. Joshua Morris on 33. He's having his chance of opening the innings. This delivery is played up on the onside again, no run. Morris showing the face of the bat there, middling it very nicely. His partner Kyle Jordan is on 22 or 40, giving him good support. And here's a pull from Jordan with this, from Morris, with disdain, short for Michael Clark, and he really swerve on the back foot, pulling through square. Lovely shot. So the total with that boundary goes up to 64. 64 without loss, Barbados. And Barbados shot selection during this innings have been very clinical, very good indeed. So the Barbadians continue to pile on the runs here against Jamaica, which look, their attack this innings look pretty lackluster. Again, they will be well advised to bowl length and line so that if they are to get any breakthrough in this opening pair for the Barbadians. There's a ball from Samuels. It's played on the onside and the batters go through for single. 65 without loss. We're into the 18th overs. Morris takes strikes as Samuels comes in. And for this delivery, he's in defense. A little cramp there, but turns it safely on the onside. So still have quite a lot of time in this game. We're not sure what would be the Barbadians' decision should they really get up to 200, 220, 225 for the last maybe session and off play. Delivery pitched up on the offside, and Morris is equal to the task. Plays out on the offside. And Kenroy, it will be important if Jamaica would have one bowler holding one end tight, and there is wicket coming from the other end, but we have not seen that as yet so far. Samuel in this over has been very, very good and very economical.
Well, economics really don't matter here. What matters here is wickets, getting wickets. You need somebody to really break through as the over comes to an end. But just to let the viewers know, in the other two games that is being played here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, TNT has just lost to Guyana. They have been bowled out for 90 all out. So Guyana winning that game by 159 runs. They scored. Well, they just bowled out Guyana for 90, sorry. Trinidad for 90. There's a second innings. They're 159 runs ahead. So Trinidad, Guyana will be looking to win that game this evening, trying to bowl Trinidad out again. They scored 249 in their first innings. And the other game, win was Leeward's. Win was got. Sorry, I will get that score for you. Win was got 96 and 37 for 3. And the Leeward Islands are 78 without loss.
Yes, so far we've been getting some very low scoring. You wonder, this is the 2-day format, longer version, what would happen in you wonder if teams cannot really make 100. Doesn't say it's well for West Indies cricket, but we're still hoping for the best. And here is a slashed opening the face there is Jordan. He gets a single. He's now moved up to 24. Morris comes in to strike on 37 from 68 balls. And the total for Barbados is 66. And this delivery from Clark brings Morris on the front foot. So sometimes you wonder if with all these shorter version of the games, if it is that the players might, Kenroy, prefer the shorter format, because these days we are seeing some players being selected for the shorter format. And short, as we said, this is 2 days, it's still a short format. And teams are getting bowled out for under 100.
Well, I can't say that for this under 19. We have not really had this format being played for them. It's been played at the higher level, really. So these players are basically playing the 50 overs, the 2 days and 3 days tournaments. The T20, they're not really too much involved in that, as that shot is being played lovely. Back past the bowler, Clark. Lovely shot there by Morris. Into the fence for 4. Looking better and better here for Barbados. That was a lovely cricket shot by Morris.
Yes, indeed. Textbook style. He has been at the crease for quite some time now, and he's really getting into his stride. And we are seeing some of what he has in his repertoire. Lovely straight drive for 4. So the score is now 70, and that puts Morris now closing in on his 50. He's 41 off 71 deliveries and continue to bat well here for Barbados, showing what a good opener he is. Really been playing each ball on its merit, and really his shot selection was superb. And that is exactly what is required of you. And I'm sure that the team will be well pleased, and his captain.
Well, indeed. Good going here by Barbados. But just to let you know, just to give you some additional information in respect of the games, Just to let you know, Windward Islands were bowled out for 96 against the Leeward Islands. They went back and bowled out the Leeward Islands for 78. And at crease, presently now, they are 37 for 3. They lead by 55 runs, and they have 7 wickets in hand, really. And just to remind you again that Guyana got 249 against Trinidad. They have now bowled out Trinidad for 90 TNT, and they have 159 runs ahead. So those 2 games are still in progress.
Yes, 2 interesting games, 2 interesting encounters. Sure, we'll get the score at the end of the day's play. As 2 would come out victors. Here's a delivery that is played on the offside, and the batters scamper through for a single. Pushes the Barbadian total up to 71. 71. We are into the 20th over. Samuel. Again, Morris is just tucking this one off of his hips on the onside and going through for a single. And intelligent cricket here from Morris. No need for him to be doing anything rash. He continue to bat well. Continue to pick the gaps and pick up the singles, rotate the strike, which is very important in this innings. Oh, and look at that. A very sloppy piece of fielding there by the man mid-off. Ball was trickling him straight to him, and it's like it's a walk in the park. He's like Sunday morning, a kind of really laissez-faire kind of attitude. You can't have that if you really, really want to be winning any game. You have to support your bowlers, and that will not go down well with the coach for sure. Really bad piece of feeling there that allows the batsman to go through for a single. Delivery that has Morris slapping this one through mid wicket, and he goes through for a single. It's now 74. And it's like picking cherries now off a tree easily. The Barbadians are rotating the strike. The singles are coming easy. And Kenroy, the Jamaicans look very flat-footed at this time.
Well, the Barbados have played themselves in a really strong position here. I really don't see them losing this game from this position. I really don't see it on how Jamaica can do that with a huge lead of like what they have here against the Jamaicans. And the season that the Jamaicans have had in this tournament, really not see that happening. But Barbados here, just pressing home the advantage. Batters taking good time, take their time, bat, score runs. Morris and Jordan at the crease, I think that's their job. You're not in a hurry. You have whole evening to bat. And just, pick the ones, the twos, don't risk it. Hit the ball on the floor. Bat as long as possible. There's another about 50 overs or so remaining in the game. Just bat. That's just the instructions. Bat. Barbados already clinched first innings. They have 12 points. Jamaica have 7. And the only how they could lose this tournament if they lose the whole game, actually lost this game to Jamaica. And I'm not seeing that happening at this time.
So there's a bowling change here at the southern end. So Redwood will replace Clark as he comes in with his first delivery. We have not seen him bowl from this end, Martin, and I was alluding to that earlier. Now that the Jamaicans are coming from behind, we would have liked to see a bowlers being used in short spell and changing up from different ends to see exactly what breakthrough they can get. And here is Redwood. This one tossed up. Plays out up to short mid-off. Or short extra cover, I should say. Who runs around to his right field. Oh, we have seen quite a bit of turn already. We have seen this from Worrell when he bowls for Barbados. And now from this end, it seems like Redwood is getting a lot of punches. That one did spun sharply. There's another delivery that is played out to squarish cover, and the batsman get a single. So yes, Redwood operating from this end as we are seeing in this over, Martin, seems to be getting quite a bit of purchase here from the wicket.
Well, he got his third delivery to pitch and spun. Really good delivery that was. Into the keeper's glove. Continues to bowl well. Redwood had a very good first innings. This one is a full toss. Whipped through mid-wicket. Single. Morris continues to add to his tally. As they keep just picking it off here, the Barbadians, keeping things nice and easy. Simple cricket it is. Don't risk your hand, hit the ball on the floor, don't challenge the field. Just keep things going. Again, easy single up and down. Keep pressing it. No need for risk. Morris and Jordan doing a wonderful job for Barbados. Really, Jamaica has been outplayed by Barbados, both with bat and ball. And they only have themselves to blame. Lack of application. They had a good partnership 68 yesterday coming into day number 2. Had a real good solid foundation, but lost their way early this morning. And they never regained their confidence from yesterday. They had a good start with the ball as well. Barbados came back in the middle, pulled things back, scored 200 for 9 declared. And then again, they lost their way and never found themselves. And up to now, they are still trying to do that. They were the Jamaicans. So Barbados have really outplayed them in all aspects of the game.
Yes, indeed. And we're at a run rate of 3.7 runs per over. Barbados 78 without loss. Morris 44. Jordan 29. Morris on 44. Jordan on 29. Samuel will try again. And this one is spinning sharply down the leg side. Keeper did well to collect. Still seems to be some lapses of the Jamaican. Looking at them, they look very lethargic on the field after lunch. Probably they have too much. But they still have a job to do and they still need to concentrate. Still some time left in this game. Anything can happen. Cricket, the game of glorious uncertainties, we say. Delivery on the off stump, defended nicely by Jordan. He's forward again. Samuel keeping a steady line. Just hoping for something to happen. We have not seen any big terror from him, from his bowling. Not really troubling the batsman per se. Just putting it there. Jordan in defense. Barbados 78 without loss. Jordan and Morris doing the job here for Barbados and piling on the pressure against Jamaica. Very steady over there from Samuel. Brings the over to an end. Barbados 78 force break after lunch. Martin, your impressions?
Well, steady going here by Barbados. They have set the pace from the start. Jamaica winning the toss, insulting them, scoring 200 for 9 declared. They bowled out to Jamaica this morning and they continue to bat well. So here there's a break, there's a water break at Arnisville, and really Jamaica struggling. Barbados in the ascending seat. We will take a break here at Arnisville and be right back to bring you more coverage of this West Indies under 19 Rising Stars finals between Barbados and Jamaica. Welcome back to Arnisville Playing Field, where we are viewing this very interesting game between Barbados and Jamaica. Finals of the West Indies Under-19 Rising Stars Tournament. Barbados eclipsing first innings already on the Jamaicans. The Jamaicans declared, giving Barbados 73 runs ahead. And the Barbadians, in reply to that declaration, are now 78 without loss. And with me in the commentator's booth is Osneth Cato. Welcome back, Mr. Cato.
Good afternoon to you, Martin. Good afternoon to all our viewers.
Well, interesting times here. Caught us by surprise as well, that declaration from Jamaica. Your thoughts of it?
Well, we were speaking of it was basically a gift. It was a gifted to the Barbadian team in terms of giving them that lead, putting them in this position really, where they are in the ascendancy as you mentioned before as well. As we see a change in bowling here from the commentary box end, we have Jordan Johnson. Stole farm.
Well, I really thought that the Jamaicans would have gone on and bat a little bit longer, at least up to lunch, and try to get some of that lead off and really get a little closer to that lead, bring it down to about 50-45, but that lead of 73, it's a humongous lead in this format, in this game as well, in the context of this game and how the tournament has been played.
It is, and one of the things we spoke about is the different playing conditions that we have in the tournament in terms of conceding batting points and bowling points. So I think that was also critical in their decision making. Also the fact that the only way they're going to really become victors here this afternoon is by winning this game outright. And they were really between the devil and a hard place, as our grandmothers will say to us.
Well, they're really between a rock and a hard place. I don't know if it's between Beckley and St. Vincent that place is, but it's somewhere, and they are really fighting to get out of that place as it continues here, as he's pulled through square leg for another single. Things becoming much easier for these batsmen, Jordan and Morris. Well, Morris being promoted to open the batting in this innings.
Yes, I really like the look of Morris. He has shown good temperament, good technique, and has a wide array of shots as well. And I think he has performed very well throughout this tournament, both with the gloves and with the bat.
Well, he has gotten himself in the 40s on 2 occasions. He's there again. He's on 46, 4 runs shy of 50. He would want to get to that milestone here in this innings. Morris has been very consistent with his batting, wicket-keeper batsman for Barbados. And really, they're happy to have him in this side this year. He has done a very good job for them.
Yes, in the middle order, he has really held things together, along with Prescott and Seeley. Really depend on him a lot. We mentioned a promotion in this particular innings. I'm not too sure if there's an issue with Zion Brathwaite. That's something we might find out later on, who opened the batting in the first innings. But he has been promoted, and he has really repaid his captain and management team with 46 from 79 deliveries. Hasn't really been in any spot of bother. In fact, both of these players haven't been really troubled to any extent. Rather smooth sailing as we look at the Grenadine Islands in the background.
Looking lovely is Beckwith. The sun is out. We have seen it clearly today. The grey clouds are not around. Sun is out with us all day. Big up to our score from Beckwith there, statistician. How you doing? Lovely to have you. As Morris and Jordan continues batting here for Barbados. Lead by 156 now. Spoke about that. Really uphill task for the Jamaicans. I understand what they did with the declaration, but to have 78 runs ahead in a game like this with just about 70 odd overs remaining in the day, it is asking a lot of you from your team.
The Jamaican team will have to put up a Herculean effort, really, if they're to really first get themselves back into this contest and overhaul any sort of total that the Barbadian team will set. given the score at this point in time, you mentioned being lead of 159. That's already a daunting total, given what we have seen from the Jamaican batting throughout the tournament.
Exactly.
On the other hand, we might say, according to the law of averages, some of these players must come good at some point. The likes of Jordan Johnson, Adrian Way. You mentioned they're stacked with talent, but just hasn't been able to execute that talent on a consistent basis throughout this tournament.
Well, they are stuck in that mood for this tournament. They haven't gotten another opportunity to do so, to come good. Jamaica needed them today. They fell short again. The over comes to an end. And they are now really chasing the 8th ball. If you are to pick a bowler from Jamaica to get a breakthrough here, Osnet, who would it be? Who would you call upon? Like, for instance, we know back in the days of Australia, you would call on Shane Warne, McGrath. You know, that combination. You're sure to get a wicket between those two.
Well, it's hard to look past Tomari Redwood. He's the leading wicket taker in the tournament, I believe, at this point. And he has bowled well in the first innings. So I think the captain will be looking for him to at least get the bowling effort up and running as it relates to wickets. But as you mentioned, you're seeing a lot of dejected players out there. Not a lot of urgency in terms of their movement. And I think we're going to see another change in bowling. It's Matthew Morgan, who would have had different plans for today. Not coming into the bowling effort at this point. Maybe being on 120 not out.
Well, he probably would have been like to be batting all now, you know. Would have liked to be batting all now. That's probably was his plan, but things went south for Jamaica as Morgan bowls his first delivery, squeezed a backward point. Another single, easy singles coming here for these batters. So these two batters really have an opportunity to score heavily against the Jamaicans here once they bat through the day. You know, Jordan is on 33 and Morris is on 46, edging up to that 50. They could really give themselves the opportunity to score at least 100 here this evening if they bat sensibly, both batters.
It's been easy picking so far. Looking at the batting conditions and the state of the Jamaican bowling, I think despite my retirement many years ago, Martin, I think I'll be able to get some runs out there.
Yes, there's not much to talk about. Simple bowling. You know? I had a coach who said you're bowling rollers. Just coming and turning your arms over. There's nothing happening from the pitch. No prodigious turn, no extra bounce. Just ordinary bowling from the Jamaicans.
Yes, and just to further emphasize your point, this is actually the 8th bowling change we've had in this inning. So, captain seemed to be spreading around his bowling. We're looking for that golden arm.
Well, I really can't blame him. He's trying to get amongst the wicket. He's using his bowlers, trying his players, trying to get something out of them. Can't blame him for that. He needs help. Somebody needs to put up their hand as Barbados continue to pile on those runs. No risk, easy batting. So Morgan over comes to an end. And Barbados 87 without loss. Morris is on 47. Jordan is on 34. Really smooth sailing here for the Barbadians.
Very smooth indeed. And we also mentioned that the onus really is on the Jamaican team to push the buttons, as they would say. The Barbados team just cruising in cruise control. Just taking in some of the wonderful sights that we have here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Maybe even stopping along the way to enjoy a Hyroon bear.
Our nation, our bear, hold your own. Barbados doing that very well, holding their own. They have been in the finals for the past 3 tournaments. It have evaded them on the last 2. This time they are saying we are not allowing that to happen, come what may. And they have played a very solid game from the beginning here, getting to 200 and then declared, and then skittling out the Jamaicans this morning, and now piling on the pressure even more at 87 without loss.
We spoke about adaptability as well, Kenroy. What we've seen here from both of these players is the ability to adapt. More so, Kyle Jordan, we know he's an attacking player by nature, but what we've seen so far, 34 from 71, that is not the type of strike rate we've come to expect from him. But I guess based on instructions from the management team, it's just a matter of batting for as long as possible. And so far, he hasn't really played a shot in anger, and he hasn't really given opportunities to the fielding team. So it's good to see from the young man in terms of adapting his game to the situation.
Well, that's very good to see. You just mentioned something that basically plagued our senior players in the last World Cup, being able to be adaptable and change your game, play in accordance to what is required. So Jordan is exhibiting such, and that's a very good thing to see from the youngster. He's known to be aggressive, but this situation calls for him to be temperate, and also very good at shot selection. Take your time, place the ball on the ground, don't take the risk, and he's doing that very well. So you could say that he's very good at adapting as well.
Yes, just wondering if that was an opportunity there be presented on the fifth delivery of that over. A leg break ball to Kyle Jordan came forward. You see the wicket keeper not gathering cleanly, and the reaction of the bowler said it all.
We will have the replay in a bit to see what went on there. So probably a chance going up begging.
Yes, given the reaction of Redwood, I think perhaps there was an edge, but it's hard to really tell from that replay as we see Morgan continuing his second over.
Easy singler again to Morris. Must big up the parents from Barbados. They are always here supporting their kids. It's not an easy task, but they have done it on all occasions.
Yes, and I actually think they are looking forward to this victory. This victory has really eluded them the last couple of years. Speaking to one of them during the lunch and break, and they're really looking forward to Barbados becoming victorious here this afternoon.
Well, their boys have played well during the tournament, and indeed they deserve this championship. Don't want to talk too early. Cricket is a game of glorious uncertainty, so I'll keep my tongue. Barbados, but they have done well. They have done well. They have shown consistency as a team during this tournament, and the others to get to the finals in all stages. It was a 3-day tournament. Unfortunately, the hurricane pushed back the tournament. It had to be reduced to 2 days. And the Barbados have done well in both formats, the 1 day and also the 3-day tournament, which has been reduced to 2. They have been in the finals on both occasions.
Quite easy sailing here this afternoon.
Probably too easy for me. Game just panning out in one direction. Jamaicans not really looking at seeking that wicket. They're bowling, yes, but you're not seeing that enthusiasm to get something different. You know, there's a saying that if you keep doing the same things, you'll get the same results. Have to try something, has to do something different, the bowlers. Good delivery there by Morgan.
It must be said also, Martin, in terms of the wicket itself, it's a reasonably good batting wicket.
It is.
And the Jamaican fielders, they will be really kicking themselves when they look at how these two have gone about their operations. Les Fuss hasn't really been put on any sort of severe pressure. And their batting really showed up this morning.
Yeah, it did. Not taking anything away from the bowlers from Barbados. Those 2 first wickets were pretty good. But after that, I think the others gifted their wicket away, the Jamaicans. But Barbados here, presently, 89 without loss. Probably just waiting for the hours and the minutes to count down so that they could have that celebration that they've been longing for the last 3 years. You know, Barbados, Jamaica, they were crowned champions last year. They're here in the finals again. Kudos to them. Well, play to them as well to be back here. And really, for these two nations who have produced some exceptional cricketers over the years, it's good to see them in the finals battling here for supremacy in the West Indies Under-19 Rising Stars tournament.
Scoring rate of 3.3 in this innings. It hasn't really been a runaway effort in terms of the scoring rate by the Barbadian team. We spoke about them just batting. There's really been a lot of intent. There hasn't really been the need to do that as well.
Yes.
Spoke about the fact that the onus really is on the Jamaican team to push the buttons. As a good delivery there from Redwood. Ever so often he tends to produce that type of delivery. Maybe not as consistently as he would like.
Redwood need to pull something out of the hat here. Need to dig deep and get something. The leading wicket taker probably need to get a hat-trick or two here. You never know. Cricket, the game of glorious uncertainties. Could happen. So Redwood continues to just plug away on the off stump there. Good leg break bowler. Short run up as well. Simple. Not too complicated is Redwood. Okay, and that one is just sliding on, and Morris and Jordan just campers through for another single. Takes that score up to 90. Barbados. Really, not much to say here. From here on in respect of Barbados and this game.
Speaking about glorious uncertainty, Martin, I think the West Indies lost the test match.
Already?
They were skittered out for 143 in the second innings. Having scored over 400 runs in the first innings, so disappointing effort there from the boys from the Caribbean.
Well. Another day in cricket history with the West Indies playing. So, fortunately, after such a brilliant performance in the first innings, the West Indies senior team has succumbed to the bowling of England. And this is second to last day in the test. Still a day and some remaining. Really unfortunately for them, but England has claimed all the glory here. 2-0 in the series so far.
It's all 10 wickets lost in that session. So that really adds to the disappointment that they were bowled out within a session. This delivery is a foolish delivery. And it's up down to close to the third man boundary. Interesting to see the replay.
Well, it just brings me back to what we have seen in this tournament, Kato. The way our young batters go about cricket. Losing 10 wickets basically in a session. We have seen this occurrence in this tournament where teams have been bowled out for 25 overs and even within a session and a half not scoring 100 runs and those sort of things. We have seen that in the last two games here. The game over at Sandhill, even in the last round. So it is something that is plaguing us here in the West Indies. Our young batters are not really occupying the crease and playing in respect of circumstances and situations. And we're not really adaptable to situations as well and circumstances.
Agreed. And it just goes to show what is required at the highest level really in terms of test cricket. There's a reason why it's called test cricket. It tests all elements of your game.
Yes.
And we saw a very good performance in the first innings, but the game is not played over 1 day or 2 days. It's 5-day cricket. And West Indies in the second innings really not up to the task in terms of concentration and just getting the job done.
Is it concentration or skills, adaptability? What is the issue there?
I think it's a combination of all factors you just mentioned.
Commitment, that's a big word. We had discussions on that word in respect of our players. Commitment to West Indies cricket, commitment to test cricket. Would they want to play test cricket or 4 test cricket, T20, 50 overs? I think our players are basically heading towards a shorter version of the game. We need to have players who could play all formats, you know. And when I speak about that, I speak to portions of people like A.B. de Villiers, Coley, and those other players. We need to have those players. We have Holder, who plays for us. He plays all formats. We need to be developing those other players. So, your recommendation for the West Indies Cricket Board? What shall we do from here on in?
Well, I'll tell you what, Martin. I think we have a couple of guys in this studio here on the last couple of rounds whose jobs are basically to highlight these strengths and weaknesses. They're being paid the big bucks. So I will keep my thoughts to myself for now as we see another over being completed. 29 overs completed. Barbados 92 without loss.
All right, good stuff. So if you're given a job, what would you do? If you're given the task to do that, what would you do? What would be your recommendations for the West Indies Cricket Board?
To marry Redwood to continue proceedings from the Beckway end.
I think that's 50 for Morris. Whipped off his leg. 50 runs from Morris. Finally gets it of 50 in this tournament. His mum would be happy as I heard the horns coming from the pavilion. Well played by Morris. Excellent knock by him. He has finally got to 50 in this tournament.
It's very impressive from the young man. Mentioned being promoted to open the batting here in the second innings, and from ball one he looked in control. I think that's the thing to admire about this innings. He never looked flustered. Was able to play some gorgeous shots as well, especially through the offside. And I'm sure that he'll be pleased with this effort. His team, his management will be pleased with this effort, and more so his parents. I'm not sure if the viewers can hear a voice in the background, but that's the voice of his mother.
Yeah, I think she have lost her voice, but it came to life there. Yeah, she had her honey and lemon and all that sort of stuff over in the pavilion. But she'll be happy, and she's still shouting away. Congratulations to Morris, one of the better players for Barbados during this tournament. Barbados now inching up to that 195 without loss, really, as these players continue to take easy singles and take control of this game, really putting Jamaica basically out of this game, in my opinion.
Yes, firmly in control here, the Barbadian team. Jamaican team, as you look around the field, most of the players, their heads are bowed, looking reasonably dejected. They'll be thinking of what if.
That is disappointing. That is disappointing, and that's what I'm talking about. You have just gotten to 50. You have all evening to play. You have been batting those deliveries all morning, all evening. Toss the delivery outside the off stump. He just got to 50. Leave it alone. He went for a drive, he hit the edge into the keeper's glove. He's gone back to the pavilion. Morris has gone for a well-played 51. Unfortunately for him, he played a shot that was not wanted at the time.
Yes, a disappointing end to what was a very good innings there from Joshua Morris, wicket-keeper batsman. As you mentioned, a delivery flighted outside the off stump, lured him into trying to play that expansive cover drive, taking the outside edge, and a very good catch there by wicket-keeper Williams. So a breakthrough at last for the Jamaican team. Barbados in the second innings, they're now 96 for the loss of one, a lead of 169.
Yeah, and this is my little issue with these young players. You're too easily satisfied. You're too easily satisfied. 50 years, and that's enough for me. We have to learn to turn these 50s into 100s. You have all evening to bat. You're batting easily. Nobody's troubling you. That's a wide delivery. Why should you do that? You have gotten to 50. A batsman should be looking to score 100s. 50 is just a start.
Yes, and it goes back to that list of recommendations you were speaking about, Martin. Maybe that's an area we need to highlight in terms of showing a bit more hunger.
Yeah.
These youngsters.
I think we probably giving commendation. The commendation is not really due, making them feel they are so good when there are so much work to be done, really. Seems to me he just got to 50 and say, okay, I've done my job. I've gotten to 50 and played that sort of shot outside the off some blue shot. No need for that. And lost his wicket easy catch to the wicket keeper. I'm very much disappointed with that, to be honest.
And the batsman is Joshua Dunn, coming in at number 3. He has been in that position for as long as I've known him, Joshua Dunn.
Yes. Well, Don came to the under-19 tournament as a 15-year-old. Yeah, he's came to Leeward side, Cumberland, played his first game, scored 129, if I could remember carefully. Had a really good knock there in his first game, and from then on, he has not really kicked off as we expected him to. He's now in his 3rd year of under-19 cricket, and we were expecting much more from him. You know, Barbados invested in him, West Indies have invested in him. So these are the players that we're looking to come forward and dominate this aspect of the cricket.
Agreed.
You know, the West Indies Cricket Board is trying. They are putting programs in place. They are being innovative in different ways, creating different aspects of cricket development. And kudos to them, they are trying. But we need to work on our players themselves.
Part of the onus also is on the players to develop their skills as well.
And you could put all the programs in place. If the players are not willing to adapt and accommodate and be committed to these programs, then it would always end up being a failure. And it all goes back to the cricket board and those who are in charge to be blamed. You know, the players normally get away scotch-free, you know, without being punished. But they need to be held accountable as well, these players.
Difficult task ahead. I mentioned before, invested in various programs and systems. And hopefully, it won't happen overnight, but hopefully we'll see progress to the extent that we might be reasonably satisfied as the years go by.
Yeah, I do agree with that. It will take time. We've been trying for a number of years to get back to that standard of cricket that we had in 16 years of dominance. We won't get everything back, but it will take time to get our players back to that stage. We have dominated the shorter version of the game, had 2 World Cups under our belts. Darren Sammy led that team on the 2 occasions. So we need to get back to our winning ways, playing good test match cricket. Our original cricket needs to lift its standards so that we could produce those sort of players. How do we do that? That's the question we are asking. As Don comes forward and plays that, as the textbook would say, bat and pat close together, looking very correct.
It's not a lot happening in terms of runs being scored here. Barbadian team just taking it as it comes, really. Jamaican, they'll be buoyed by that wicket. They will know that they need to do that on a regular basis between now and even the tea interval if they are to really get themselves in a position where they'll be able to force a result in their favor.
Was that Jamaica?
Yes, Jamaica. Barbados is leading by 170 runs.
Oh my God.
In this innings.
Well, huge lead that is in the context of this game. Redwood. Only wicket so far. Jordan just turning it off his hips. His legs into the mid-wicket terror for a single. That brings Dawn into strike. He has batted 5 deliveries so far. Looked good in the first innings. Has always looked good to start, but then gets out to a loose shot.
I think that's a challenge for him, and not only him. A lot of the players that we've seen in this tournament, they are able to get themselves in terms of a start. Another player comes to mind is Steven Pascal.
Yeah.
Getting into these 20s and 30s, but just not able to convert those into anything substantial that will really hurt the opposition.
Yeah, that is the area of our cricket that we are falling short of. You know, the thinking capacity, how to play in this condition, how to play according to the situation of the game. What shall I do now? Should I attack? Should I be defensive? You know, these are the aspects of the game that we need to get into our players' head, and the commitment to doing them. You know, it comes from them as well. Wanted to do it. Want the West Indies to do well. My team to do well. It starts from local as well. It's a good shot. Full toss really, and whacked for 6. Jordan.
But it was an early gift, an early Christmas gift, I must say. We were in July. That was a full toss, and Jordan, we mentioned he has been a bit more circumspect in his innings, but he wasn't going to miss out on that easy full toss. Deposited it over the deep mid wicket for a massive 6.
Yes, 105 for 1. Jordan. He's been batting for a while now. He's now edged up to 45, looking for that 50 from 91 deliveries. He has batted patiently, and indeed he deserves a 50. Hopefully somebody would take advantage of this situation and score 100. He's in the best position to do so, Jordan, for Barbados, as Redwood continues. Good delivery, spinning outside the house, something to the keeper's glove. Brilliantly bowled by Redwood.
As we mentioned, Redwood and his tendency to get some poaches from the wicket. Leg spinner going across the right-hander. So on a couple of occasions now, he has actually beat the bat of the right-handers, but only 1 wicket to his name so far.
That's the end of another Redwood over. And really, it's the end of my spell here in the commentator's booth. I've bowled a reasonably good spell so far. So I'm asking my backup bowler, batsman all-rounder, Stacey. I was told that I didn't get any wickets, but I kept it tight. Yeah, I kept it tight. So Stacey and Adams now replaces me in the commentator's booth to continue bowling here at Annisville.
Kenroy, I don't think the Jamaicans were too happy with your spell, only picking up 1 wicket post-lunch. I must say, Osnet, as Matthew Morgan continues, this post-lunch session by Jamaica has been quite rudimentary. Redwood, we expected him to start after lunch, to be honest. He was the most threatening bowler in the first innings. And we did see Worrell in his spell got the ball to spin a bit. So I expected Redwood to have started right after lunch, but he has just completed his 7th over. And the other thing is, Morris, congratulations to him on his first half century in this game, but you had a batter on 48 half century, eluded him 2 times in this tournament so far, and you just basically allowed him to get to 50. They put absolutely no pressure on him. So just some things there that Jamaica has to look at. They decided to declare, send the team into bat, and the goal was to dismiss Barbados as cheaply as possible. And so far, I must say that the intent in doing so has been lacking.
Agreed. Hasn't really been able to put any sort of pressure on the Barbadian batters. They basically done what they set out to do, the Barbadian openers, and now we are seeing another partnership developing here between Joshua Dawn and Kyle Jordan. It was a proactive declaration, but we haven't seen that proactiveness in terms of their time in the field so far.
Yeah, a few misfields as well. Balls passing just barely past fielders. So, yeah, the effort on the Jamaican part, the effort was there. We saw the declaration coming quite early, but nothing much after that. A lot of credit, though, must be given to the way that the Barbados batters, particularly Kyle Morris, has come out and shown Kyle Jordan, has come out and shown he has the ability to play that patient game. And of course, Joshua Morris, who scored a half century, and Redwood picking up his wicket. So, over completed by Matthew Morgan. Score moves to 106 for 1.
It's 1 run coming from that over. That over synonymous with what we have seen so far from this Barbados innings. Nothing really a great rush, really. Just taking their time, accumulating these runs. Not under any pressure, really, to get quick runs. And we spoke about Kyle Jordan before with our co-commentator Kenroy Martin. It's good to see that side of him. Because what we've seen so far in the tournament is that he's the type of player that would like to get off to a quick start. Remember that innings versus Leeward Islands, he scored 62 from 52 deliveries, something along that line. So this is a different side to him, and it's good to see.
Yeah, so Redwood to Dawn. Continuing in his spell, we've seen him get some purchase off this wicket. He's got the ball to turn square on a few occasions. Fuller length on that occasion. Had Joshua Dawn drive in there a bit aerially, but not close enough to any of these fielders around the bat.
It's a bit expansive there from Joshua Dawn. That's something we'll associate with him so early on in his innings.
Driven it better this time, and they pick up a single as well.
In terms of what we've seen from the wicket station, how much of the wicket you think would have really contributed to the demise of some of the batters on we've seen to the surface itself? Yes.
I mean, what we've seen is a lot of batters, and you mentioned it, has gifted their wickets to the bowlers, particularly the Jamaican batters. And we have seen that when you are prepared to be disciplined in your approach, apply yourself in these conditions, that runs are there to be had. We saw it even in Jamaica's innings late yesterday with Wedderburn and Morgan, and we saw it today with Morris and Kyle Jordan opening, facing that new ball. And something that must be mentioned, not a lot of teams have actually survived the new ball burst in this tournament so far, but Barbados, by way of Jordan and Morris, have done that. So I wouldn't really put it down to the surface playing any sort of massive role in terms of wicket taking so far in this game.
Agreed. There's a lack of batsmanship on some occasions from the youngsters. Still young, they're learning the trade. We hope that they'll be able to learn very quickly.
Yes, indeed, and it's something that we always must mention, that it is a development tournament as the over is completed. Tamari Redwood
continues to get the ball to spin. Redwood, it's one thing that we can identify with him, is that he gives the ball a lot of rev, he gets the ball to turn, just still lacking a bit of consistency. But as we mentioned, he's a young man, he's shown signs of development, and we'll be hoping that he can continue on that trajectory and we could have a good leg spinner on our hands in the future.
So Matthew Morgan, who appears to be a bit of a part-timer in this bowling lineup, he opens the batting. He hasn't done a very bad job so far for his team. He's been consistently good to these batters, haven't really served up a lot of ill-directed deliveries.
Yes, he has been reasonably consistent so far in terms of his control. 5 overs, none for 8. Not to say that the Barbados batters has really tried and take full advantage of his bowling. They've just been walking the ball into the gaps, playing each ball on its merit.
Jordan does have a half century to his name. 61, blistering 61. It must be mentioned that Morris in his knock today has overtaken. This one is hit powerfully through the gap. I think that will crash into the boundary now. So that will be half century as well to Kyle Jordan. A very patient knock from the young man. He was breezed 50.
Yes, a very good innings from Kyle Jordan. A shot deserving of bringing up a milestone, and a flighty delivery there from Morgan, and there was Jordan coming forward and powerfully striking it through the offside, finding the gap on this occasion. He has actually found that fielder at a deepish extra cover on a couple of occasions, but this time around finding the gap and getting 4.
Yeah, so I was mentioning that Joshua Morris have actually overtook Jatario Prescott, who came into today's play as the leading run scorer with 185 runs. And Morris in his knock today has overtaken him.
Both of those players critical really to the batting efforts of Barbados throughout this tournament. Been reasonably consistent. That has led to Barbados being able to put on a reasonable force innings total and put the opposition under pressure.
Someone walked into the onside, and it really shows the way Barbados have progressed in this tournament. I mean, this is their best top order batting effort, as the overs completed 114 for 1. Yes, so I was saying this is actually their best top order bat effort so far in this tournament. Prior to this, the middle to lower order has been doing a lot of the work in terms of the batting. And it must be heartening to see from a Barbados perspective that their top order have finally gotten things a bit right, and they have a really healthy score on the board and a healthy lead as well. A lead of 187 runs.
It's a good time as well to have that type of batting effort. We spoke about most of the teams in the tournament losing all the wickets. Barbados, they have done that on a couple of occasions, but as you mentioned, their middle to lower order has been able to mount somewhat of a recovery in most of those circumstances, thanks to the likes of Jatario Prescott, Nathan Seeley, Joshua Morris. So it would be a bit refreshing for the Barbadian management to see this type of batting performance here in the final of this competition.
Yeah, and it really speaks well for them to the fact that a 50 over tournament is coming up soon, and it's good to see that they're able to form partnerships. And Joshua Dawn, a new man in, he'll be looking to get a score under his belt as well. Hasn't gotten that in the tournament so far. Bit of an edge, but going down all the time. Passing a diving effort from Adrian Ware to collect a single.
Yes, Redwood continues to pose a bit of a challenge for some of the Barbadian batters. I mentioned that he does get the ball to spin, and on a couple of occasions, whenever he lands it in the right areas, he tends to cause a bit of problems. Once again, beating Joshua Dawn on the front foot on that occasion.
Yeah, I'll still want to see more closer fielders though. You have nothing to lose at this point in time, Jamaica. So you might as well just throw caution to the wind and just bring everybody up in the field.
It's been
An excellent decision making there by both of these batters, deciding right away that was 2 and finishing quite easily in the end. So really good run in there, and continues to be on display from this Barbados batting unit.
I was just about to say, Stacey, and that it's been a strange effort in the field from the Jamaican team. You mentioned that the decision to declare at that point in time was maybe you could consider it a proactive one. But so far, we have not seen anything proactive in the field. The field has been deeply set. There's no sort of pressure on the batters, and even the bowling itself lack that sort of penetration, that sort of effort that you might need if you're really trying to propel your team to effect some sort of victory.
Yeah, well, now we see a second slip being implemented, and that's more like it from a Jamaican perspective. You must put pressure on these batters to score. And give your bowler every wicket-taking chance as well. So a dot to finish. 4 runs coming from that over. 118 for 1.
Barbadian team continues to be in cruise control here at the Annesville Sporting Complex. Action here in the CWI Rising Stars Under 19 tournament. Finals between the Barbados Under 19 and the Jamaica Under 19. Safe to say that the Barbados Under 19 team is in the driver's seat.
Yeah, definitely so. And the way the Barbados batters have come out, doesn't look as if they're looking to declare at any point in time. They're just looking to give the opportunity to their batters to really bat and get themselves in some batting form for that 50-over tournament. And I'll agree with that 100%, as they have no need to declare. They are on top with points now, having won first innings points. So Morgan, his second delivery to Jordan.
Yeah, this time at the crease for both of these players will be critical. You mentioned Joshua Dunn hasn't really set the world alight with his batting performances throughout the tournament. But it's an opportunity for him to get used to the conditions here and get himself in a bit of form. You mentioned that he tends to look good at the crease most times. Doesn't score ugly runs, as they would say, but just hasn't had the output that he's really set himself out to achieve before this tournament. So it's a good opportunity for him to spend some time at the crease, and hopefully he'll be able to gain some confidence, some form going into the 50-over leg of this competition.
Yeah, I agree with you, Osnet. I mean, last year, I recall a few of his dismissals. It took some absolutely brilliant balls to get him out, but this year it's been quite the opposite. He has looked set, has looked as if he's going to go on to get a big one. Always looks that way, really. Quite easy on the eye, Joshua Down, the way he plays, but hasn't gone on or threatened the scorers in any way.
Just adding to that, the likes of Kyle Jordan, again, we spoke about him, the type of innings that he has played today, the type of grit and determination he has shown. That would definitely put him in good stead going into that particular tournament. As another over is completed, Barbados Under 19 continue to cruise 119 for the loss of 1 here at the Annesville Sporting Complex.
So Redwood to continue. And yeah, you mentioned Kyle Jordan. We have to mention him again. His strike rate is probably about 50 or so, not something we have grown accustomed to seeing from him. And as such, it's a valuable innings from his perspective. Learning how to play the situation of the game, learning to control his aggression. Really, he is an aggressive player. He has all the shots from what I've seen. But this is a very important part of his learning experience, so it's really good to see him get stuck in there and be prepared to play that very long, patient knock that his team required of him.
Getting very close to that tea interval. Maybe another 6 or so minutes to go. So definitely a target that the Barbadian team would want to reach. As you listen to the coach on the sideline, you could hear him echoing those sentiments in terms of getting to tea, assess again, and see where they go from there.
Full delivery, but just play it down the ground. Talking about controlling his aggression. Kyle Jordan just looking to play it along the carpet and see his way to tee. The over is completed, 120 for 1.
It's a bit of a lull, really, in terms of the proceedings. Game not really going anywhere too quickly. Barbados just continue to look to bat. Currently lead by 193 runs. Jamaican team, they also look to just be going through the emotions, really. The sort of urgency in terms of their movement in the field. I'm sure they themselves will be harboring thoughts that maybe this title or this championship really will be heading back to the land of the flying fish.
Yeah, and a lot for Jamaica to take away as well. I mean, they did have, as we mentioned, a proactive declaration, but since then they haven't really shown up with that fight that we expected from them. So a lot to learn in terms of the field placements, the bowler rotation as well. And we keep going back to the fact that Redwood really should have been in to the attack very early. That's your attacking bowling option, I believe, in this bowling lineup. So a lot of things to take away. So although it looks as if, the writing is on the wall for Jamaica, I still think that it's a lot for them to learn from the way things have panned out in this match, particularly the way they batted in that first innings. Basically give away the control, I would say. Some really poor decisions, some really poor shot selections, especially from the opener Adrian Ware and Jordan Johnson early in the piece. So one would only hope that they would learn from that and look to come back strong in the 50-over game, taking everything that they've learned from here into that next tournament.
Yes, it was always going to be a first innings game in two-day tournament, two-day format, reduced from that 3-day format originally agreed. It was always going to be a first innings game, so with Barbados scoring 201 declared in their first innings, Jamaica really needed to make an effort to get as close as possible or even overtake that particular total. Failed to do so, and that is what has led to this particular situation they find themselves in, where even though they wanted to press home some sort of an advantage, the Barbados openers really didn't allow them to do so. As another over is completed, 39 gone. It's now 121 for the loss of 1 wicket.
Yeah, and that's the thing, playing these types of tournament. It's gonna test you tactically, and it's gonna test your concentration as well. It's 2 days, and tactically, all Jamaica had to do was just bat out today. They didn't need to look to bat to send back in Barbados rather, and really they've given up the advantage. They didn't start well, recovered quite well after losing 2 quick wickets, and then basically lost their way today. And then they just continue to keep losing their way as Barbados continue to bat and bat long. So Barbados have certainly learned from the way they went about their first innings. And it looks as if they're not going to give Jamaica a chance to see if they have learned anything from their batting in the first innings. Looking for a quick single. Sent back just in time. Joshua Dawn. To bring the break that Jamaica was looking for just on the stroke of tea.
Yeah, a bit of indecision in terms of the running. The first time we've really seen that in this innings. But in the end, the Jamaican team, they were not able to capitalize on that particular opportunity.
Now Jordan is looking for the single, and Joshua Dawn decides he doesn't want it. So Odell Samuels is a new bowler, 2 balls into his walk.
Samuels replacing that man Redwood. We just rotating his bowlers to some extent, the Jamaican captain. Rotation that hasn't really worked so far.
Inside edge that really could have gone anywhere. Jamaica would have really liked it crashing into the stump, but just passing between the pad and the stump there on that occasion. So 8 bowlers have been used in this inning so far by Jamaica. And the wearer as well turning his arm over. Don't know about the bowling prowess of Javon Williams, the wicket keeper, but they've really tried a lot of bowlers in looking to dismiss these Barbados batters. So a dot to finish. 121 for 1 after 40 overs, and with that, it will be tea on day 2 here in this Cricket West Indies under-19s men's tournament, the final between Barbados and Jamaica. Welcome back to this post-tea session in this most resplendent cricket ground here at the Annisville playing field in the most gorgeous island of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. For those of you who are just joining us, this is the final between Barbados and Jamaica. Just to give you a recap of how things have gone so far, Jamaica won the toss, decided to bowl first. Barbados declared 200 for 9. Jamaica in reply declared at 127 for 8 in hopes to give themselves a chance of winning the game outright. Currently, Barbados, they are 121 for 1. So things not going the way of Jamaica so far in this game. A lead of 194 runs by Barbados. I am also joined here by Mr. Horn. Good afternoon to you, Mr. Horn.
Good afternoon, Stacey. Good afternoon to our viewers. And we are in for an intriguing session of play this afternoon after tea. I think that it's merely Stacey academic exercise right about now, with Barbados really in command of this match.
So Matthew Morgan, known for his opening prowess, is having a lengthy spell here. A really good spell from him, I must say. He's bowling to Joshua Dawn. Drag down delivery. Played to that man placed there at backward square. So the first run after tea. Say added 108 for the loss of 1 wicket after that lunch break. So really good going for Barbados here.
Yeah, and Matthew Morgan, I haven't seen him bowl before now. Actually, he seems to have some bowling ability, and he has been holding his end of things well for the Jamaican team so far.
It's full at that time. So good comeback delivery after that very short one that accounted for the run off the bat of Joshua Dawn. And we've been singing the praises of Kyle Jordan, the temperament he has shown in this batting inning so far. I don't know if you have seen much of him. He's a very aggressive character. And he has controlled that quite well in this innings. He has 55 of 122 balls. That's something we've seen of him in this tournament so far. He usually gets his runs in a hurry.
Yes, and he really has not really exploded the type of batter he is, but he has, as you rightly said, Stacey, he has played a very controlled innings, and he had a very controlled knock. And we would have seen 2 half centuries in the Barbadian innings so far. And it's really and truly Barbados playing the better cricket, as we would have alluded to earlier. They would have scored the highest runs so far in the tournament, and they're demonstrating why they should really be winners of this tournament so far.
Yeah, they have passed 200 more times than any other team in this tournament. They have managed to bounce back well, particularly from their middle to lower order with the bat. But we're seeing here the top order batters standing up and being counted before the end of this 2-day championship. At the end of that first over after tea, the score is 124 for 1.
Yes, Barbados continue to pile on the pressure here, and it doesn't seem as they have any indication that they're going to declare their innings. They continue to bat and bat for long, knowing that the next format would be the one-day format. So it's good batting practice for these batters for Barbados going into the next round of 50-over format.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, I'll miss him lost right now for Jamaica, but it's also they have an opportunity to get their bowling plans right heading into that 50-over tournament. They are also the defending champions. It looks as if they are going to lose their title in the longer format to Barbados, but they still have a lot to play for in the 50-over tournament to come.
Yes, they would have been selected to represent the country, and they're here, and they must. It's not a party. They're out in the middle there, and it's hard work. So they should be playing hard cricket, enjoying the cricket, and doing the job that they come for, and represent the country and represent well.
Yeah, so Odell Samuels to start after tea as well, in tandem with Matthew Morgan. And something we've seen from the Jamaican team, they're not putting pressure very early after the break on these Barbados batters, not going with their key bowlers. But Odell Samuels has a job to do, so hopefully he can do that for his team. And so far he started a bit too short. Good take there from Javon Williams. Good stop there after a throw coming in from Javon Winter at cover.
The spirit of play, we have seen Barbados continue to rotate the strike.
Yeah, and it must be noted, although all Barbados really had to do was just bat throughout the day, they have continued to exhibit positivity in their running and their stroke making.
Except for the wicket that has fallen, Stacey, I think the batters would have really put their heads down and concentrated for long periods. They really were focused on their job, and they have done so excellently. So Dawn on 11 and Jordan on 56 of 127 balls. Jordan 56 off 127 balls. Here's Samuel. Bringing Jordan forward. Run.
Yeah, better finish from Odell Samuels after the way he started. So 3 runs coming from that over. 127 for 1.
And we have seen the strategy the employment of the Jamaican bowlers now. They have been using twin spin on both ends. Morgan being given a very long spell. And as I mentioned before, he has held his own coming into this bowling attack for the first time and has bowled a pretty tidy spell. And Samuels, on the other hand, is also holding his own at the other end.
Yes, the lead has now shot up to 200, although that really doesn't matter. It really doesn't have a significant bearing on the game unless Barbados decides, they're going to try to win the game outright and send Jamaica in to have a bat. Very loose delivery. Luckily for him, just played to that fielder at extra cover, short extra cover.
Yeah, that was really a long hop. Very lazy shot indeed there from Dawn. Still a bright day here at Annisville. Sunshine bathing down on the arena. As Matthew Morgan goes into bowl to Dawn. Full toss. He's walking it through the onside. Mid wicket comes off the boundary. Clicks another single. Barbados total goes up by 1 to 128 for 1. 42.4 overs bowled thus far. There's a short ball this time and he pulls him high and hard and handsomely for 6. Beautiful shot there by
that's
Jordan.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's the power of the man, Kyle Jordan. A drag down delivery, got in position and just smoked it all the way for 6. It's effortlessly done, really.
And the way
Has
he's
a lot of power, Kyle Jordan.
The way he's batting, Stacey, definitely he looks set for that 100 mark. So he's batting beautifully and has been playing some real beautiful shots.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I mean, these players who are batting, they have a chance to put their hands up and just get some milestones ticked off for themselves in this innings. It's a better comeback delivery there by Morgan to end the over. 7 coming from it, 134 for 1.
Well, it seems like the strategy for the Jamaicans really is to continue with the spin from both ends, hoping that they would get a breakthrough. It's more or less seems like they're looking to buy a wicket rather than trying to get the batsman out, hoping that they will play some fall shot. But Barbadian batters are very much focused on what they're about. We see Jordan now moving up to 62. He's on 62 and if he continues like this in the mood that he's in, we could see that he making 100 this afternoon before close of play.
Well, we're really getting to see a display of the all-round ability by this Jamaican outfit. Adrian Ware now has the ball in hand. So this is the 9th bowler being introduced here by the Jamaicans.
So we'll pick it up from the backward end. Force ball outside the off stump, bring the batsman forward. Plays off on the offside. No run resulting. Where very strongly built lad as he bowls another delivery. Batsman is slashing outside the off stump. Cover point fields. No run.
Yeah, just looking at this Jamaican outfit, they are missing that. I'll continue after this delivery. Yeah, they are missing that express bowler in Rian Edward. That left-hand bowler that used to run in business-like in his approach. Usually would run in and give them that breakthrough when they needed it the most. So unfortunately, he picked up an injury in that last encounter against Leeward Islands, I believe. Wasn't able to bowl in the second innings, and so has played no part in this match as well. So certainly they are missing that bowler from this bowling outfit, Jamaica.
Yes, indeed, that is a blow to the attack. We would have loved to have him here at this time, where they're really searching for wickets. It's more or less like they're going through the motions now on Barbados, capitalizing on the lead. At 134, the lead now should be about 212. And there's one that is nudged just behind the square for another single. And it's interesting to see how Barbados continue. It's like a walk in the park. Stacey just continue to pick up the singles quite easily. I'm not seeing any line of attack from Jamaica to stop these singles. 135 for 1 Barbados. Piling on the pressure here in Jamaica.
Yeah, certainly so. It's not a very inspired effort in the field by Jamaica, especially after having declared, showing some fight, and no one would really blame them for that declaration. I mean, they were up against it. They didn't want to get bowled out to add further points to Barbados, and then just giving themselves enough time, really, to try and bowl out Barbados. Unfortunately, the bowling effort hasn't inspired. So Matthew Morgan is continuing in his spell.
Yes, Stacey, and while it is okay for Jamaica to declare based on the point system, but it's also a disadvantage to the selectors who really want to see the players and to make a good assessment of the players as well.
Yeah, I know a lot is placed on winning these sorts of tournament, but a lot of us will have to remember that it is an under-19 tournament, and as much as it is about winning, we also love to see the development, a continued development of these players, as some of these players will be representing West Indies, senior West Indies team, very soon in a not too distant future. I mean, you have commentated on this tournament, I believe, from last year and this year. Very small stints. I know you're a very busy man, Mr. Hahn, but in terms of players who have developed, are there any notable players out there from last year to know that you probably can put your hand on and say, hey, I've seen his progress from last year to know?
Redwood would come to mind, of course.
Another drag down, and this time he holds out to the man at the mid-wicket region. Really, I mean, both dismissals, both batters have really given it away here. Had a chance to score 100, and that delivery just sat up for him to hit it anywhere, and he hit it straight to that man on the mid-wicket fence.
It's unfortunate. This is a delivery that really should be put over the fence, over the boundary for 6, and he dragged it down straight to the man at deep mid-wicket. And unfortunately, having been batting so well, and as we just said, he looks like he's going to get a century today. Now he has lost his wicket to a real short ball, per se.
Yeah, just really wasn't able to get the elevation that he did in the previous one that he hit for 6. He had a similar delivery. He got in position quite nicely, just like that one, but just couldn't get the elevation to clear that man at the mid-wicket. So another wicket goes down. Kyle Jordan, you probably have to drag him off the field at this point in time. He's so disappointed with his dismissal. It was really looking good to score that first century for Barbados in this tournament. Unfortunately, it's not to be. 136 for 2, and Zion Brathwaite is the new batter.
Yes, a very good knock there from Jordan. Unfortunately, holding out to mid-wicket. He walks back to the pavilion, looking very dejected indeed, and wondering, he should have really get the elevation, as you rightly said, on this one. But sometimes bad balls bring wickets.
Yeah, you see that quite often in this game, especially in this match. And Matthew Morgan, he's really toiled in this spell. I mean, he's been consistently good. He has a few in errant in line delivery, a few short ones, a few full ones, but he has been largely good and getting reward for his effort picking up that huge wicket of Kyle Jordan. So Zion Brathwaite is a new batter in on that fuller line, just correcting his mistake, although he got that wicket of Kyle Jordan to finish the over. A successful one for Jamaica. Score moves to 136 for 2.
Yeah, well, all credit to Matthew Morgan, who has been toiling since he's been given the opportunity to bowl. He has bowled 11 overs, 27 runs, and he has taken 1 wicket. So credit to him. When he came on, he would have kept things in check for Jamaica. A few overs he have been a little short, but nonetheless, he has bowled 11 good overs, and he has been rewarded with 1 wicket thus far. So Ware will pick up again in his second over from the southern end. And he will be bowling to Joshua Dawn. Brathwaite has just joined him. So Dawn faces up to a delivery outside the off stump. Plays out on the offside, no run resulting.
Yeah, so 2 other matches in this round. Leeward Islands play Windward Islands for 3rd place in that match. I'll just recap from the beginning. Windward Islands were bowled out for 96. I'll continue after this. Delivery from Ware. It's played out to Jordan. And Leeward Islands in reply were dismissed for 78. So Windward Islands taking first innings points in that game. Windward Islands in reply, they are currently 105 for 5. So in that game against Trinidad and Tobago versus Guyana, Guyana made 249. They were dismissed for 249. And Trinidad and Tobago were bowled out for 90. And following on, they are now 40 for 4. So Guyana enforced the following on in that game, and Trinidad and Tobago, they're currently 40 for 4. So where to continue? 3 dots in this over so far. Some very handy part-timers in this team so far. Mr. Horn, Matthew Morgan, who usually opens the batting. Quite handy with the ball in hand. Adrian Ware as well. Not doing a bad job so far.
Yes, indeed, and this is what cricket is all about. This is what teamwork is all about, so that when your main bowlers are not doing the job, there's a square drive out to the deep extra cover boundary. Fielder give chase with batsman cross for 2.
Yeah, and as I say that, he bowls a wider, fuller delivery, and Joshua Dawn plays it quite easily to that offside area.
Yeah, just to get back to you asked me to identify some persons that I would have seen who would have matured in the game so far. Yes, Redwood was one of them. Nathan Seeley was another.
Yeah, Seeley has grown a lot, not just with his bowling, but particularly his captaincy in this tournament. As the over is completed, 138 for 2.
So Barbados with 2 batters at the crease, Joshua Jordan in 17, And Brathwaite yet to score. Total 138 for 2 Barbados, or 46 overs in this period of play. Are just taking it relatively easy. They're no rush. They have nothing to lose. They are in the driver's seat right now. In Jamaica, on the other hand, trying to see how many wickets they can dislodge at this time. But there's no way that, given the time between now and the day's play, that they will be able to overtake this total to make a match of it. So it's a mere academic exercise at this time.
Yeah, we were mentioning Nathan Seeley and his captaincy in this year's tournament. And what I'll say that I'm particularly pleased with from his captaincy is recognizing the situation on hand and knowing which bowler to use in that situation. Really good bowling plans and field setting as well from Nathan Seeley. But I remember last year, it appeared as if to us, I don't know if you remember looking at him captain last year, for example, that he knows that he is an exceptional bowler. And I think last year that he would just use himself as that get out of jail card rather than going to the bowler that we thought may have been best suited for the situation. Drag down delivery, but won't find the gap. So I think this year he has learned from that and he has gone to the bowler that is much suited for the conditions. The bowler he recognized can give him the breakthrough, and it has worked out quite well for him in this year's tournament.
Yes, definitely. Nathan Seeley would have bowled a lot more last year, and this time around we see him prepared to lead as captain and making the right selection in choice of bowlers, as you rightly said. So he give the options to his bowlers, and he led the team well in change of bowling at the right time and field placement spot on. So those are really qualities of a good leader.
Yeah, definitely. So I mean, he is as I mentioned, a really good left arm spin option, and he can at any time come in and give that wicket to his team. But sometimes, just reading the situation is key, and I think he has done that so well in this tournament so far. And his field placement as well. Sometimes he got a bit creative, a bit funky with the field at one point in time. For his fast bowler king, he had a man placed directly behind the keeper. So these are the things we want to see from the youngsters, on their way to being senior cricketers at West Indies level.
Another important aspect of his captaincy too is that he's been in constant communication with his players, bowlers and batters alike, whenever he has to do that. So that too has really demonstrated his ability to lead as a captain. We're just bowling thereabout, trying to keep the batsmen in check, actually, trying to prevent them from scoring.
Yeah, well, that's basically all he has to do. I mean, don't try to give the batters room outside the off stump because they will pounce on that. So far, he's been keeping it nice and tight to dawn.
And even though he is an occasional bowler, Stacey, he's doing well, and the batters are taking no chance.
Yeah, I feel like every time I mention something good about Ware and his bowling, he then decides to bowl that wider delivery. And that occasion, just hitting it straight to Weatherbourne at point. So not being punished for it. He's back on that tighter line once more. So a maiden over from Adrian Ware. Score remains on 140 for 2.
It's a very good over there by Ware. Just keeping things tight for the Jamaicans, keeping the batsman in check, trying to cut down the high scoring rate that the Barbadian has been pushing along. So they are now 140, the lead of 78, makes the lead overall lead of 218. So in a very commanding position, and it's Matthew Morgan, as giving his hat to the umpire as he prepares to bowl another over. Agent Wade would have bowled 3 overs and he has taken no wickets, 3 runs.
So Matthew Morgan to continue. Zion Brathwaite, the new batter in, known to be the opener in this lineup, in this match rather. Played it nicely down to long on. Yeah, the reports were that he was off. And a bit of an injury to him late in that bowling innings for Barbados, so he wasn't able to get back on the field in time. So that's why Joshua Morris opened the batting, and he did so quite well, taking full use of his opportunity, scoring a half century. Could have gone on to bigger things. Unfortunately, it wasn't meant to be for him and Kyle Jordan, both dismissed, scoring half centuries today. But certainly give their team a good start.
Yes, indeed. Morris would have batted pretty well and pretty long to give Barbados that century opening partnership. He too was disgusted in the way he got out. That too was fueled by the encouragement of a few parents who are here to support the Barbadian team. And they were pretty loud, blowing their horns, cheering on their players. So that too, support is key in these sports and for a player. So that would have helped him a lot to concentrate. He could have heard from the pavilions that their followers who have came down here from Barbados shouting out to tell them, bat on, keep your head on. And that is very good encouragement, and it really would have worked for them.
So Morgan to continue, a packed offside field for him. To Brathwaite, who launches this one down the ground. Don't worry about that packed offside field, he said. I'm just going to hit you straight down the ground, and does so quite successfully to pick up his first boundary in the innings.
Yes, coming off a slight injury and now getting a chance to bat down the order. He's really hit that one beautifully. A lovely shot straight down the ground for 4. So the score now moves up to 146 for 2 Barbados with that boundary. And Brathwaite opening his account.
Yeah, and really no risk in playing that stroke. The fielder was in, wasn't out of the circle. There's no circle in this, but the fielder was at mid-on, and no risk once more because they are in such a dominant position, Barbados, at this point in time. The over is completed, 146 for 2 after 49, with a lead of 219 runs, Barbados.
Yeah, very commanding lead indeed. And no turning back for Barbados. They see themselves as champions already. And they're now just taking batting practice, preparing themselves for the new format of the 50 overs coming up. So Brathwaite is batting down the order due to a slight injury, is in, alongside Joshua Dawn, who's on 19. And they're both enjoying their knock there in the middle. Still quite a bit of cricket to be played here this afternoon. Jamaicans looking very lethargic, looking tired, looking weary. But also have time to have some bowling practice as well. Sure, they will learn from this experience as the days come to an end. I'm sure they will reflect on where they would have made their mistakes. So Ware is picking it up again with a new over. This first delivery of this over played out on the offside. No run resulting. Wares comes in and bowl, and In defense is Joshua Dawn. Barbados' next target, of course, will be to go up to the 200 mark, Stacey. And again, should be gaining some added points.
Yeah, we've already mentioned it's a foregone conclusion now as to the result are the champions of this tournament, really. Barbados firmly in the driving seat, but really still a lot to play for from players' perspective. Just try and get some sort of milestone under your belt, some playing form as well, batting and bowling. There is another tournament coming up shortly. It's 50 over version of things. It's a very full delivery, but Zion Brathwaite just walks into it and he's walking down for that single. So really see that he appears to be struggling still a bit, but prepared still to come and give it a fight.
We're bowling to one slip cover, an extra cover for this delivery. Dawn is pushing up along the wicket on the onside. No run resulting. The field has been spread very wide now. Lots of gaps in the fields. All the batters have to do is just push the ball in the spaces and get a few singles. And if it's really bad, they can put the bad ball away. Here's a one that is short outside the off. So I'm just exactly what I'm talking about and being played on to deep extra cover. Extra cover given straight. The batsman crosses for 2. That's all there will be. Total now, Barbados 150. Yeah. They have reached the 150 mark.
So 150 for 2 now.
150 for 2.
Barbados. We were wondering if Barbados might say, hey, let's just declare and send Jamaica into bat and have some fun. But I think Barbados are prepared to just bat and bat as long as possible. Doesn't appear to be any sort of declaration coming soon, but oh, what a match that would have been had they have decided to just see what sort of, if they can get an outright win in from this game as well. But no need for that, really. They are firmly in control of this game.
It's still early days yet, Stacey, in terms of the Barbadians sitting in the dressing room there and we need a little leg stretch. Might very well decide to, okay, let's give them another 200 runs and let's have a bowl. Well, bring the total up to 200 runs, that is.
Oh, because I'm here
and
like
then,
another 200.
Yeah.
Might have to bat 2 more days to get that.
I mean, another 50 runs to bring up the 200 and then say, you know what, let's go at them again so that they get themselves ready for the next format. So, but so far there's nothing like that in sight. They feel comfortable batting there out in the middle. The Jamaicans is really feeling the crunch of it, really.
So I suspect if they were to declare, I'll be surprised if they do that. Might be some boredom if they decide, hey, let's declare. As Winter is the new bowler in. Good delivery shaping into Zion Brathwaite to start. Yeah, I mean, I believe if they had any declaration in sight, you probably would have seen some more urgency from the batters, but you're not seeing that. They're just looking to continue along their merry way, playing each ball on its merit. No shot out of anger yet. Very measured approach so far from each of the batters that have come to the middle.
Yes, so Barbados taking some good batting practice here in this period of play. Wicket is much easier now on this, the final day of this match. The Jamaican bowlers doesn't look penetrative at any point. And just do some bad shot selection that Barbados would have lost. The 2 wickets that they would have lost. Winter pitches right up. driven on the onside, no run.
Yeah, very good line so far from Winter. Just getting that back to ball to tail back into Zion Brathwaite. A good length to the young man Brathwaite. He seems to be a very good player on the back foot. So I don't mind this length too much to him. Getting some shape as well, young Javon Winter. A bit more width on that occasion.
Yeah, Winter has been bowling a very good line ever since he started this match. And yeah, we have seen him with the new ball as well as the old ball. With the new ball, he get a lot more movement. But even with the old ball now, he's showing signs that he can get some sideways movement as well.
Width offered and width accepted quite well by Zion Brathwaite. So that's 4 more runs added, and that's what I was just thinking about. He is very expensive since the resumption of playing his bowling innings, and largely because he has been very wide to the batters that have come for Barbados so far. So with offer again there by Winter.
Yes, and anytime Winter goes a bit wide, he'll punish. We're just alluding to the fact that he has been bowling a very steady line in most of his earlier spells, but this time around in this period of the match, he seems to be a little wide.
So a dot to finish, 154 for 2.
So Barbados 154 for 2. Continue to pile on the pressure here at the Annisville Stadium. In a match that we would have seen earlier had some fluctuations when it started, but now Barbados is in a commanding lead and have taken full charge of this game. And we could clearly say that they are victors in this championship, having taken forcing in lead in this match against Jamaica, scoring 200 for 9 declared and bowling out well. Having Jamaica on the run, they declared at 127 for 8, and now they have a commanding lead of over 200 runs.
Well, some action there. That ball gripped quite a fair bit, and some bonks as well back into the tummy of Joshua Dunn.
Yeah, something we have not seen quite a while from the spinners and especially from Wade. But that one did pitch in the rough and bonks a great deal, giving the batsman some discomfort there.
So where the part-timer getting some grip.
Well, we must commend the part-time bowlers as well, Stacey. They've been really doing a good job and giving some relief to the main bowlers. And they seem to be enjoying it. Definitely indicating to the captain, yeah, you should have given me the ball a long time ago.
Well, he has some main bowlers to do the job. Unfortunately, they weren't able to pick off wickets at will in this Barbados setup. Credit to the Barbados batters, the way they've come out and fought in this innings with, on that occasion, can't get it past the fielder at cover.
And your impressions of the umpiring in this game, Stacey? Byam and
I think it's been pretty good so far. I mean, yes, we did have that controversial decision, albeit they weren't in any sort of position really to get a clear view of what transpired there. They did rely on the honesty of the fielder. But apart from that, I think the umpiring has been largely good, consistently good in this game so far. The LBW decisions, I mean, there was one I believe was a bit questionable. But apart from that, it's been largely good. As the over is completed, 155 for 2.
Yeah, kudos to Murkan and from Guyana and umpire Byam from St. Vincent. Of course, we know of number of umpires who have reached to this level from St. Vincent. Golden Graves, and before him G.T. Brown, and we have now Dighton Butler, and now we have Afram Byam. So kudos to the umpires who have umpired in this game. They have really made some very good decisions. So here is Winter.
Well, my
James.
co-commentator Kenroy Martin likes to introduce me and talk about his innings at his stint, and much like him, I only managed to get 1 wicket for Jamaica. So he's now going to join you in the commentary booth, Mr. Hahn.
I'm just being reminded along that list of Vincentian umpires. Yes, we have a female in the midst of Maria Abbott, and she has been doing a wonderful job as well. So, yes, in this match. And Roger Davis as well. So, the Vincentian cricket family has produced quite a number of umpires. So the latest adding to this level is Afram Byam. Of course, Roger now resided in Grenada. As we say, one Caribbean nation. Total integration. So welcome back, Kenroy, to this session of play. It's good to see you again.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan, and thank you to my co-commentators, Stacey and Adams, who have had a rather long spell, pretty long day at the office. Tiring spell that was Stacey. Picked up 1 wicket. That's not bad.
Been steady.
Kept it in the right areas.
Well done, Stacey.
But I really think that the fat lady has sang for Jamaica here. I think she's host by now.
Yes, writing is on the wall for Jamaica for sure.
156 for 2 here, Barbados. Don't have to do anything else really. Just bat. Fortunately, 2 batters got to half centuries and then literally gifted their wickets away. You understand? And we spoke about that pretty earlier as to our young batters and being hungry for runs and being able to carry on. And it continues to plague us at this level and beyond. It was a quick delivery, short one, striking him somewhere. I'm not too sure where that struck him on the glove though. But there was a loud appeal, somebody to catch it. Seems to come off the glove. But it fell in no man's land, really. Dawn and Brathwaite doing battle here for Barbados. Really not much to say in respect of Barbados. They have played commandingly. You have to give them their respect where respect is due. They have played consistently. They have played as a team. And really, kudos to them. I think the writing is really on the wall. Just about another 16 overs remaining for the day to conclude play here. And I'm not seeing anything else or not even imagining anything else could happen here that could cause Barbados to lose this championship this afternoon.
Yes, the Barbadians have played extremely well, and it's good to see that 2 of the players getting over the 50 mark, in this game.
Well, that brings you over to an end. And Smith had 50 from 56, Seeley 29 from 63 in the first innings, Weatherborn 39, Morgan 33 for the Jamaicans in the first innings. And really, Barbados commanding position 156. This championship has eluded them for the past 2 years. This year, Captain Seeley, who has marshaled the troops for the past 3-4 years or so for Barbados, really wanted the championship. This is his last year at this level. And really, he would be granted that opportunity this afternoon to be crowned champions of this version of the Under-19 Rising Stars tournament. Kudos to him and his team so far.
Yes, indeed. Nathan Seeley, a very experienced campaigner, at the helm, leading his team safely to victory here at the Annisville Stadium. And as you said,
sweetly played, flighted delivery on his front foot. Joshua Dawn, promising Joshua Dawn, exquisitely driven that through the covers into the fence for 4. No man moved rather than the guy to bring back the ball to the playing area.
Yes, and we have always seen Ken Roy bad balls do get wicket, but this was a full toss and he made no mistake and really timed it sweetly to the offside field for 4.
So that takes him up to 28 from 71 deliveries. He's been very patient. Don, we know him to be that sort of a batter. Takes his time, get into his flow, and bat as long as possible. That's what he does. He's pretty good at that. Haven't really gotten the opportunity to carry on. Got out on a few occasions when he was set. We're hoping not to have that be repeated here today. 160 for 2. 53.3 overs bowled. Just another 15 overs so for the day before the final hour.
And characteristic among the batters who would have gotten a start in this match, Martin, and some going on to score 50s, we must give kudos to the groundmen for a well-prepared wicket. It was even Steven.
I think it was a pretty good surface really for bowling and batting. It's just the application of you bowling or batting, putting the ball in the right areas, doing the right things, and really you would have gotten some results. The wicket has not done anything out of the ordinary. It's a very good cricket wicket. It didn't span prestigiously. It didn't bounce awkwardly. Yes, it had some moisture in the morning. Yes, you weathered that storm. But it has flattened out rather easily. And batting has become very easy on this wicket. So it should have been a bit more runs being scored here. But now Barbados have realized that the wicket is pretty much easy. They are now 160 for 2. If they had batted that way in the first innings, then they would have scored a total of 300 plus.
Well, you rightly alluded to the moisture in the wicket earlier, and that would have been working in Jamaica's favour when they won the toss and they elected to field, giving Barbados first knock, and they would have really made use of that surface in restricting Barbados. Really should have been restricted under 150 in the first instance, but we saw the pendulum swung from left to right. It was a seesaw kind of innings from Barbados, and they really struggled on to make 200, which put them right now in a commanding position because it was a bit too much for the Jamaicans.
Well, it's way too much for the Jamaicans at present. Barbados lead by 233 runs with 8 wickets in hand. Have no reasons to declare really, rather than giving your batters practice for the next round of game, which would be starting on Tuesday, the one-day segment. And that is where you would see the excitement of these players, the creativity, and really the power that is existing within them. Exhibition, the white ball version, will be played here in St. Vincent starting from Tuesday from all the different venues here. They're probably gearing up for that after this round of games.
So we're looking forward to that format and to see how these players will play in that format. Some players prefer to play that 50 over format, others prefer the longer version. But I think, Martin, at this level, as on the 19 level, you should be hungry for all format of the games. Of course, you could reflect on when you were a youngster then, on the 19 player.
Mm-hmm. Used to be the same thing, really. Pretty laid off. We played the longer version first, and then we played the one-day tournament. Came in after. And really, it was the exhibition of your skills and your talents, showing how well you could adapt to the 3 days version, then into the 1 day. And then we did that very well. Basically, the same crop of players would do the 1 day tournament. Unless a guy is injured, then he would have to be replaced. Other than that, same team plays. This one is edge down to third man by Brathwaite. It goes past the rope for 4 runs. 4 runs to Brathwaite for Tutas, but 4 runs to him.
Yes, living dangerously there. The ball that was pitched just on about off stump, and he was opening the face. It's just evaded four slip hands, outstretched hands, and down to the boundary for 4 as if an educated edge. So that puts Barbados now on to 164 for 2. 164 for 2. And yes, Kenroy, there are incentives here for the youngsters in this tournament because they're not just playing to win a tournament, but they're playing to move on to the next level in this West Indies setup.
This one is pulled with authority. Over mid-wicket. The hands of Byam goes above his head. 6-run signal by Byam. Brathwaite getting into his stride here. 6 runs over mid-wicket. A really powerful shot and a shot of authority.
Definitely a shot of authority, a shot of class. This is coming from a man who did not open the innings on the second run here for Barbados because of some niggling injury, and here he is now showing his class. This ball was short, dug in short, and he was quickly on his back foot and pulling over mid-wicket, over the ropes for 6. Brilliant shot indeed.
Yeah, some life been injected into this game by Brathwaite with those 2 shots really. Outer edge down to third man, then a short delivery that was pulled over mid-wicket with some authority. Thumped it really for 6. Score now 170 for 2. Barbados with a huge lead of 241 runs. Really don't have to do anything else. Another 14 overs or so to go for the day's play. And really all these batters have to do is just bat and bat until it comes to the close of play. Don, who has been one of the spoken about players coming into this tournament, he is still there for Barbados. And really and truly, you must say, sometimes they are not being mentioned, the coaches and the managers, and the leading up to this tournament, the parents who have put in all the work for these players to be here. It's a lot of work, so they must give them kudos as well. Parents who have traveled with their children over to St. Vincent year after year would love to see them do well, putting the interest first rather than theirs.
Yes, it's always a case of coaches, having good coaches and doing the basics and making sure that you get all the basics right. But it's the onus is always on the players, Kenroy, and they come into match day to execute those same things that they were being taught in practice. So there's a change of bowling from the southern end, and we see Jordan Johnson. Again, another part-time bowler. He'll be taking it up from the southern end. Jordan Johnson, bowling left arm to 1 slip, cover an extra cover mid-off, man on the cover point boundary. As he comes in, here's his first delivery, plays through the offside for a single. By Dawn, he moves to 29. That brings Brathwaite into strike. So Jamaica exposing the resources of their players in terms of the bowlers and batters. We're seeing Johnson for the first time based on the situation of the game, of course. Main bowlers would have bowled already and getting some relief now, and there's a chance for the occasional bowlers to demonstrate that they have this art as well. And here's a delivery that is played to straightish mid-on, and the batsman again picks up another single. Total for Barbados now goes up to 172 for 2. We're in the 56th over. 172 for 2. Barbados already winning this tournament. West Indies Rising Stars Under 19 tournament here at the Annisville Stadium, a newly transformed stadium, the Mecca, we would say, Kenroy, and looking in spectacular conditions.
Yeah, he had really good conditions to play on. His playing field is an exceptional facility. In the gem of the Antilles, really beautiful view of Beckway, sailing waters, green, lush mountains, lovely decked houses on top of the hills, lovely roads, the old Arnisville airport around, really yachts and so on, hotels and so. Lovely view. I've been decked out with floodlights for the World Cup, and that's an added ingredient for the Hannesville playing field. It was a spectacular venue for the World Cup, really. Groundsmen have done a tremendous job with the square, keeping everything manicured and so on. Lovely outfield, always cushion, nice cushion so that they could run around on. So Hannesville is really a top-class facility, in my opinion.
Yes, Kenra. You would have said it all, and every time players come from the other islands, various islands, they enjoy playing here at the Hannesville Stadium. And what a spectacle it was during the World Cup T20 to see this stadium filled out to capacity, and the chairs, the noise, and all of that was really one package for the World Cup. And it was really, really enjoyable to see everyone, you know, here at the stadium. So in the future, we hope that we may get some more night matches, maybe in the CPL coming up. Hopefully, we keep our fingers crossed. So a lot of funds being injected into this stadium. So we are looking forward to a lot more cricket to be played here at Hannesville. Good reports have been said. And here's
Where
where
has taken up the attack from this end. Another bowling change. We have about, I think all the players have bowled so far. We have like 10 bowling changes. Just the wicket keeper. And Weatherborn hasn't bowled as yet. That's the only person on the field who haven't touched the ball for the morning, for the day really.
Yes, so the Jamaicans are experimenting now with their bowlers, the lesser bowlers, so to speak. This one is pitched wide outside off stump. Brathwaite has nothing to do with it. He would not be dragged into that bait again. As we would say, where hiding the ball, pitching it a bit wide.
Where is where? Outside
Brathwaite,
the off stump wide.
Yeah, Brathwaite not tempted to go at it. As he comes in again. Over the wicket, this time it's straighter. Have Brathwaite pushing in defense. Very stockily built wear. Right arm. His approach to the wicket about 4 steps. Again, he pitches wide. Brathwaite making an appeal to the umpire, asking if that's not a wide. But the umpire is not interested. So that brings it over to an end. Oh, so that's it here. That's the end of play here in this match. Jamaica versus Barbados, with Barbados taking the upper lead, taking the upper hand, taking command from the one, actually. They had scored, just to update our viewers, Jamaica winning the toss in this match and elected to field. Barbados in their knock scored 200 runs for 9 wicket declare, and the Jamaicans replying with 127 for 8, and Barbados in a second turn at the crease were 172 for 2. Martin, your views on the day's play and more so on this match?
Well, first of all, I must say congratulations to Barbados, the land of flying fish, cuckoo. Congratulations to them. This tournament has evaded them for the past 2 years. Now they have it in their grasp. They have taken it into their hands. Champions of the 2 days tournament here. West Indies under 19 Rising Stars. Congratulations to Barbados. Job well done. They have outplayed Jamaica in all aspects of the game, and really a well-deserved championship for them here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. As it was mentioned before, on day one, Jamaica won the toss and sent the Barbadians into bat. They got to 200 for 9 declare. And as the Barbadians celebrate here, you could see the elations 3 years it has evaded them, and they're really happy to really become champions. Congratulations to them. Hard luck to Jamaica. They were outplayed in all aspects of the game, as I said before, and really a very, very good game being played by Barbados. Congratulations to Sherwin Campbell, the management team from Barbados, for really bringing here a splendid team for the past 3 years.
Yes, and definitely Barbados deserve to be winners of this tournament. We have definitely seen some good cricket from Barbados. In the first innings, I'm sure they would have been a bit disappointed that they didn't get more runs, but come second innings, the second turn at the crease, they have demonstrated that they are the team to beat. They have settled down. We have seen 250s from their players, and they really would have put their head down the second time around and batted well. They truly deserve to be champions, and congratulations, as we rightly said, to the management team and to the players, all who would have worked hard to ensure that this victory today has bring them the championship of the Cricket West Indies Rising Stars Under-19 team. And just to recap a bit, Martin, could you just, from your point of view, who would have been your players that stand out most, particularly in the batting for Barbados?
In this game, really, Prescott really stand out for me. Prescott, he did exceptionally well, batted well, came back, bowled well. He, in my opinion, is really the man of the match for me. He really played a fantastic innings in the first innings and came back with the ball early this morning. Bowled well yesterday, didn't get much luck. Hit the edge twice, but 2 catches went a begging. And he came back this morning and started the slide for Jamaica and really bowled well in this innings and batted well. So Prescott is my outstanding player for this game. Really, kudos to him, and he had a very good tournament.
And Smith as well. We can't forget Smith, who came in and stuck it when Barbados were really reeling, and he played a very handy innings. He would have gotten the first 50 for Barbados.
Yes, he did. He batted well, as you said, and really congratulations to him. Congratulations to Morris for getting his 50 as well. Really good cricketer, consistently batting through the tournament, and Barbados ought to give themselves a round of applause. I think they have played the best cricket, had the most points coming into this game, and really, as they run around the park there now, you're seeing them jumping up. Seeley, the skipper, haven't been able to lift a championship trophy. This year he has, really, and this is last year in this tournament, and they are very happy to do so. Congratulations to Barbados. The youngsters are enjoying themselves. It is not an easy thing for something to evade for 2 years and then eventually you get it. It takes the burden off the shoulder.
Yeah, definitely. And they are a jubilant bunch, and they deserve to be winners. We said we have seen some really good cricket, disciplined cricket from the Barbadians, and they really had come out here. And even though the format has been changed from 3 days to 2 days, they have applied themselves and to show why they are the best team and why they should be on the champions of the 2024 West Indies Rising Star Under-19 Championship.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Barbados becoming champions after 3 years, being evaded by little points, little technical stuff. They have done it this year, and really congratulations to them. We had a fantastic game being played at Arnisville. The 2 days tournament have come to an end, and just reminding you that Cricket West Indies, the Under-19 tournament, continues on Tuesday with the 50 overs format. All venues, all 3 venues, which will be Arnisville, Park Hill, and I think it's Sion Hill, will be carrying those live, and really show the boys in a different view, in the colored clothing. So again, congratulations to Barbados, congratulations to all the teams, congratulations to all the players. Well done to Barbados. Hard luck to Jamaica, and to all those who viewed, thank you for being here. Thank you for tuning in. Continue to support the youngsters. Continue to support West Indies cricket. Thanks the commentators, Morgan, Stacey, and also Keto, who was here. So we want to say thank you for being here, and we wish you a wonderful Sunday evening. And those who have to go to work, I will see you in the work in the morning. But thank you for being here, and have a wonderful week. Join us on Tuesday, where we continue coverage of this Under-19 tournament here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. You are looking at the West Indies Under-19 tournament, Rising Stars, right here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Thank you.